The meeting of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation of the Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Director Ferguson,
Present.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Present.
Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran has asked to be excused this evening. Chair Seamson,
Present.
we have a quorum.
The Pledge of Allegiance was recited at a previous meeting. This meeting is being conducted from the Central Services Building. This meeting is also being broadcast via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Madam Chair, members, I'm going to do two announcements. One will be our overhead announcement. That is for the benefit of the listening audience. And then we do have a translator for the in-person audience. If you could make your way to the podium, and then he'll give his announcement.
Thank you.
De las escuelas públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número. Nuevamente, para escuchar esta reunión en español, llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número.
Buenas noches. A las personas que necesiten ayuda con la interpretación al español, esta junta puede ser interpretada para ustedes. Si ustedes, por favor, levanten la mano, les puedo dar un auricular para que ustedes puedan escuchar esta junta en español. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. For each of our items of business, we will hold a discussion and public hearing. If you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker's slip and bring it to our secretary, Dr. Owen Moore. Virtual speakers are asked to remain on the platform until you are called upon. After speaking, virtual speakers may follow the rest of the meeting using the broadcast information previously mentioned. The committee will accept public comments on tonight's agenda items. Speakers may only address the item for which they have registered. Questions from the public may not be answered during the public comment period. Following the public comment, the committee will begin its discussion and no additional comments will be accepted. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair of the committee, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in such harassing or intimidating words or actions will immediately be asked to cease. If such behavior continues, a recess will be called and the offending parties will be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meeting's agendas and minutes page of the MCAS website. Madam Secretary, before we begin tonight's meeting, I would like to change the order of the agenda and take number 7, report with possible action on ambitious instruction, before agenda item 6, report with possible action on the results of the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or the NAEP scores. We will also be moving item number 8 as, to go first. So now, Madam Secretary, let's begin.
Madam Chair, then, item 1 will be report with possible action on the Regional Showcase Southwest Region. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, Interim Superintendent. This evening, we are excited to introduce to you our monthly regional showcase featuring the Southwest region. I have with me Dr. Jan Gamblin, Regional Superintendent for the Southwest region, joined by Principal Teresa Christensen from Lowell International Elementary School. Together, they will share this report and afterwards engage any questions you may have. Thank you. Dr. Gamblin.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Jan Gamblin, Regional Superintendent of the Southwest Region. The Southwest Region is honored to be selected as the regional showcase tonight, along with the proud principal of Lowell International Elementary School, Ms. Teresa Christensen. I am deeply humbled to serve as the Southwest Region, in the Southwest Region in a regional leadership role for 6 years. I would also be remiss if I did not recognize with profound gratitude the following people for their exceptional leadership and contributions for success to the region on a daily basis. Mr. Galvan, Interim Superintendent; Mr. Harris, Interim Chief of OSA; Ms. Thomas, Instructional Leadership Director; Ms. Cheryl Mosley, Special Services Manager; Ms. Kelly Riviera, Financial Planning and Business and Budget Analyst; Ms. Jan St. Louis and Lisa Gorecki, School Performance Coordinators; and most importantly, students, administrators, staff, and families. I'd also like to thank the Southwest principals who are joining us tonight in the audience, and also for our school leaders in the audience. The Southwest region consistently references our District 5 priorities for action and impact towards student, staff, and family success. We also continue to have a focus on our strategic plan driving our mission every day. This slide provides an overview of programming within our region that includes 26 schools. We are proud to be home to the highest number of bilingual and English as a second language programs in schools. These programs honor the various languages and cultures of our learners and welcomes the diversity of our communities, which makes us so beautiful. The Southwest region is the only region in the district under ESSA in which there are no CSI schools. We have the only dual language Montessori school in the country, Riley Dual Language Montessori. We've had 2 building additions, Greenfield and Fairview, we'd like to invite you to check out, along with an incredible pedestrian mall playground expansion at Rogers Street Academy that is almost complete. We are huge fans of the Green Schools Consortium of Milwaukee. Starting in 2016 through 2025, all Southwest schools have been recipients of the Green and Healthy Schoolyards except for 7 for various reasons. We believe in the research behind this work and the outcomes related to socialization and play. We have 13,166 students in 26 schools and serve 84.5% economically disadvantaged students. From this slide, as you can see, the Southwest region serves a majority of Hispanic learners. The region is comprised of 41.6% English language learners and 23.6% students with disabilities. To begin, the Southwest region is a family. We want the culture and climate to feel like all are welcome and belong. The increase in attendance over the last three years is solid evidence pointing to our action and impact. Attendance is a daily goal in the Southwest region. The success is due to a systematic collective team effort providing additional support such as attendance intervention plans to ensure all students are supported. The suspension rate, as you will note, has also almost been drastically cut in half from 3 years ago. This is due to schools implementing solid Tier 1 classroom behavioral intervention supports that align to engaging instruction. This is also due to the Southwest region being fiercely focused on a multi-system of supports at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. The Southwest region staff is, as a collective, engaged with their students, staff, and families. Reading Star scores have steadily improved with increasingly more students scoring on target and at significantly above target consistently over the last 3 cycles. In the significantly below, we have also decreased consistently from winter 2023 to fall 2024. We've reduced by almost 10%. We did this by grade level standardized work, small group instruction, and a focus on feedback and teacher practices along with the HMH curriculum. For math, as you can see, in the fall of 2023, we started with a large number of students in well below or significantly well below target and a small number above target. However, in the winter and spring, we reduced the number of students scoring below target and we increased the number scoring above target. We expect to have similar growth in the winter data points that just closed on Friday. We are excited about the implementation of the new math curriculum. One of our schools, through hard work, was able to move out of TSI, Targeted Support and Improvement Status, as identified through ESSA. That school is Lowell International Elementary School, our highlight school tonight, led by an incredible student-centered instructional leader, Ms. Teresa Christensen. She has been at MPS for a total of 25 years, was a classroom teacher for 16 years, and an administrator for 9 years. Her academic track record precedes her. In the schools she's served, she's turned them around academically and on the state report card. She has received awards at the state level for her leadership and her work in gifted and talented programming. I present to you Ms. Teresa Christensen.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. Teresa Christensen, proud principal of Lowell International Elementary School. It is a privilege and an honor to be invited to showcase our school tonight. I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Gamblin and Ms. Thomas for their unwavering support and guidance every day. I would also like to thank all of the departments at Central Office from the top down, providing support whenever needed. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing school staff who show up each and every day to take care of our students with all of their needs. It truly takes a team to do the work that we do each day, and I'm truly blessed to be part of such a phenomenal team. Lowell International Elementary School is an IB primary years program school serving 235 students in K-3 through 5th grade. 21.5% of our students have disabilities, 21.5% of our students are English language learners, and 80% of our students are economically disadvantaged. Our school is very diverse, and Hispanic students are our largest population. Lowell International Elementary School was authorized, We are very excited about our STAR data because we have been seeing an upwards trend in reading from fall to spring for 3 years in a row. This data justifies that we are implementing strong Tier 1 instruction and Tier 2 intervention systems. We are using differentiated formative and summative assessments to guide instruction. Our math data seems to be somewhat stagnant at this point with a little bit of an increase, but we are very excited about the implementation of the new math curriculum and are beginning to use that more and more with Fidelity and with the wonderful PD that's been provided by the math department. Our evidence-based improvement strategy in our school improvement plan for instruction is science-based literacy instruction in grades K through 3, which directly aligns with Act 20. We are using formative assessments to ensure that instruction is differentiated for all students. Our evidence-based improvement strategy in the school improvement plan for culture and climate is to incorporate social emotional learning strategies throughout the day with a focus on community building strategies. I am so excited about this slide. I couldn't wait to show this one. It is evidence that our collaborative effort to improve systems of learning for our students has resulted in student growth. As you can see, we have increased our state report card status from fails to meet expectations to meeting expectations in just 3 years. We also have many points of pride, and we have accomplished many things in the past few years. I want to highlight that our attendance rate has increased and our suspension rate has decreased. Our suspension rate was 6.8% during the 22-23 school year and currently is at 1.5%. This is evidence that our school-wide PBIS systems and our evidence-based improvement strategies are effective and that we have created a positive learning environment for all of our students. We have implemented a strong Tier 2 intervention system for both academics and behavior. Students receive differentiated levels of support, and the system is fluid and flexible and based on data analysis. Lowell has had an increase in English language learners, and because we have an IB coordinator with an ESL license, we were able to service the students prior to being able to become an ESL program school. Because of her efforts, we were able to become a ESL program school, and now we have a .5 ESL teacher, and we're able to provide even more support for our English language learners. The partnerships that we have created in the last 5 years have truly helped our school's success. The Ronald Reagan Partnership was started 3 years ago, and this program allows high school students to earn their ACP hours and also provides them with teaching experience at Lowell so that they are prepared for a career in education. Playworks, Kohl's, Target, JA, the Be Kind Project, the Milwaukee Public Library, the Green School Consortium, and the United Nations School of International Learning all help support our students to become global citizens, while some also provide financial support. As we continue to improve student outcomes, it is important to our school community that we also grow the students who are performing at high levels. I am so grateful to share that we were part of the Surge Javits Grant partnership, and they provided professional development opportunities so that we are able to identify students at all grade levels with high potential or for gifted and talented status. With the guidance of the Advanced Academic Department, we are able to differentiate instruction at high levels for all students while also ensuring that our highest performing students are engaged and are showing growth. Currently, 20% of our students are identified as gifted and talented or high potential students. Family engagement has significantly increased in the last 3 years, and as you can see, from this slide, we are always in the district competitions and have had several winners. I'm also very proud to be recipient of the first MPS administrator to receive the State Wisconsin's Annual Award for Outstanding Administrator for Gifted and Talented Students in 2023. Our IB Primary Years program continues to be effective and successful as we were just reauthorized last year with no matters to address. Our students participate in engaging inquiry-based learning and are taking action to make the school and our community a better place. As we look ahead, our goals are to increase enrollment, attendance, to grow our ESL program and our gifted and talented program. We are excited that we're in cohort 9 for the Green Schools Consortium, and we are going to create an amazing green space, not only for our students, but also for our neighborhood. And Chair Seamson and members of the committee, I want you to know that we are working diligently to exceed expectations on the next state report card, and we are continuing to provide our students with every opportunity and the skills needed to become successful global citizens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful and inspiring report. Madam Secretary, do any members of the public wish to make comments?
We have no speaker slips on this item.
Thank you. Do any committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gokul Gandhi.
So congratulations on your progressive, excellence. Can you talk a little bit about what did you notice, like as you were going through the ranks of meet, doesn't meet, meets, and now you want to exceed? Like, what are the practices you've implemented over the time that you felt have really been transformational for your school community? Like, where did you start? Take us on that journey.
Principal Christensen.
Director Seamson and Director Gokul Gandhi, Thank you for the question. It's a very long process, so I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. I started at Lowell in 2019, and then that year was 2020 with the pandemic, so that happened. And then with that being said, during the pandemic, it was also a really good time because I was able to be there for, 3/4 of the year to see what was, and then knowing where we could be, given the school that it is, and the school community, the families, the staff. And then we were able to move some things around and shift some staffing needs. And then it was getting on board to provide our students with a nurturing environment, so creating that positive climate and culture, and especially coming back from the pandemic, that was challenging. But also using the data to really pinpoint subgroups and different areas for both struggling students, middle students, and then the high-performing students, because sometimes those students get left behind. And at my previous school, I had the honor of working with Liz Mullaney in the Gifted and Talented and Advanced Academic Department. So in our school, also with our IB coordinator, she has a Gifted and Talented license. So we were able to really create a system of improvement with the Surge Javits grant supporting us as well with the professional development for the teachers. So it all combined not only to support the high-level students, but when you're creating engaging lessons, and especially combined with the IB Primary Years Program, all of that together creates an engaging classroom for the students, so then all students are moving forward. So it was a team, the learning team, the summers, creating plans, what do we see, what can we do, how can we fill this? So it's a lot of people working together. The regional team at the time was Mr. Galvan and Dr. Gamblin, and Mr. Harris helping with HR, and all of us together really analyzing what we have, creating the systems for improvement for not only academics, but also behavior.
Follow-up, Director Gokul Gandhi?
Just one follow-up question. How is your science of reading implementation going?
Director Seamson and Director Gulkan Gandhi, we are doing very well. Some of our teachers have been fully trained. I'm in the process with the administrative team. The ones who are not fully trained are in the process. And because it aligns, the science of reading aligns with what we're doing with our school improvement plan, we're on a really good track for that.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other committee members? All right, Director Leonard?
Just, first of all, it's always a welcoming building to go into. I have to thank you for that. Just keep up the great work, just positive comments. I am looking forward, even though I won't be on the board, but I will be watching. Okay, I'll be looking forward to seeing that progress down the road, because I think the two combinations have to work together. You develop that climate and culture the right way, because a lot of your staff say a lot of positive things about being in that building. And to me, that's always a sign that everything is working together in the right direction. And then also, obviously, pinpointing all those areas that you have to target. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Ferguson?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, just like Director Leonard, congratulations on all of the success in the region and specifically in your school. I just believe that great principals cultivate great learning environments and great schools for their students and for the families. And hopefully, we're looking at the good things that you're doing in your schools and, gleaning how we can kind of maybe put those practices, some practices at least, because no school is the same, of course, we know that, but just learning from great administrators and great principals and putting some of those practices into the schools that are not doing so well. So thanks for your hard work, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other committee members? All right, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to give kudos to the Southwest region. I know there's leaders here. So to echo what my colleagues have said on the board floor, when we look at just the summary of what that specific region is doing, the number of students, You know, it's because of a lot of the schools in this specific region that are helping us with, you know, retention in our families, and I know that doesn't happen overnight, and that takes a lot of intentionality, so I just want to, you know, give credit to the leadership, you know, at a regional level, the principals that are here with us or listening in, as well as the teachers that, you know, cultivate that important environment for the students. So I just wanted to say thank you. We see you and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for that report. It is always one of the highlights of the SASE committee hearing about the good work that's happening in our schools. So thank you for sharing. Really appreciate it. Madam yes, let's give a round of applause, please. All right, Madam Secretary, next item.
Madam Chair, we're back to item 1, which is action on a request to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Nextdoor Foundation, Inc. for Nextdoor Charter School. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Nextdoor Foundation, Inc. for Nextdoor Charter School to begin with the 2025-2026 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2029-2030 school year.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, Interim Superintendent. Joining me is Bridget Schock, who will summarize the recommendation before you to renew the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Nextdoor Foundation, Inc. for Nextdoor Charter School. Following the summary of this information, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Schock.
Yep. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. Tonight, we request the approval of the 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Nextdoor Charter School. In December, the board approved the renewal of Nextdoor, and this is the final step in the process. The development of the contract was a collaboration with the Office of Board Governance, the city attorney, representatives of Nextdoor, and administration. So attached to this item, you'll find the red line contract, DPI benchmarks, and the appendices. Nextdoor will serve 160 K-4 students. The contract amendment outlined are related to the statutory and practices to the model non-instrumentality charter school contract. The academic performance measure is outlined in the contract aligns to K-4 student growth only. And Nextdoor has made some technical revisions throughout their Appendix A that aligns to just having K-4 students. At this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. We do have one speaker slip, so I'm going to ask for Heather Mering-Grams to come forward. Just general apologies for the night for any names I mispronounce.
That was perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening and come before you asking for continuation of a new 5-year term of partnership with Milwaukee Public Schools. As Bridget said, my name is Heather Mering-Grams. I serve as president at Nextdoor, and I'm joined by some of my colleagues here. Nextdoor has been serving the community since 1969, serving children and families ages 0 to 5. And we have been partners with Milwaukee Public Schools since 1997, wishing to continue that. Our mission is rooted in school readiness for children. We serve children, as I said, 0 to 5, starting all the way with prenatal services up until they are ready for the next step of school. And we feel it's critical to retain the partnership with Milwaukee Public Schools, specifically at that K-4 level, serving as a bridge to not only help children successfully transition into the next strong school for them, but really partner with parents and walk in that journey together, helping them make that transition strongly as well. So we look forward to your consideration of that. Today we hosted the governor at one of our sites, and here we're with you all. So it's been a full and exciting day. There's great things happening at Nextdoor, and I know some of you were able to come and visit us recently, and I believe perhaps some of you are coming in the weeks ahead, so we look forward to that. But just thank you for the strong partnership and the opportunity to partner together in serving all the children and families we do who deserve the best. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard?
So first of all, it was a pleasure going to both of your schools. It really was. To see an early childhood program working at that level and then actually immersing me in with some of them during that process, I really appreciated that. I got a chance to I think there's nothing more important to me than an extremely strong early childhood program. And Nextdoor does that. I am hoping that we can build bridges with regards to Nextdoor Foundation beyond the point that we had spoken of earlier in the year. And also, if anyone wanted to see your security system at the first building, went to the building near Clark Street.
29th Street.
Yes, that was an example of something that myself and I believe that Director Jackson also had seen in some other areas. So very well run. I knew that I could not get into the building because I came a little early and I had to go through a lot of security checks. So you did a very good job with me.
Thank you.
But anyway, thank you very much. Very proud that you're a part of our MPS family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we're talking about the K-4 program, but we're currently serving over 1,000 children in 2 of our center-based sites, which are the ones that Director Leonard spoke to. We have the largest home visiting program in the state, and then we support.
I hate to interrupt.
Oh, sure.
But we do have to follow Robert's Rules of Order.
Oh, yes,
And there isn't a dialogue back and forth between the audience and members of the board on the stage. I'm
Noted.
very sorry. Thank you. Any, Director Gokul Gandhi?
Yeah, and I know we're talking about the K-4 program, but I too, they have an excellent apprentice, early childhood educator apprenticeship program that goes all the way down from a teacher assistant to getting in the classroom to getting a master's degree. And I know you've also been working on a new strategic plan that I've been following, which is really focused on teacher quality and classroom quality. And so I really appreciate that extra attention to pausing for a second and looking at how you can really think about what's happening in the classroom. And also, they have partnered with the Community Development Alliance to give early childhood educators housing in partnership with the Milwaukee Community Land Trust. So I just think there's a lot of points of great connection to not only support the students at Nextdoor Foundation, but support the educator community there too.
Thank you, Director Gokul Gandhi. Any other board directors? All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to the president, who's walking away now, I look forward. Your campus on Clark Street in that area is one of my locations, so I look forward to visiting there soon. I'm pretty sure it's calendared already, so I'm glad to meet you here tonight, and I look forward to getting out to the program soon.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move approval on the non-instrumentality charter school contract with the Nextdoor Foundation as recommended by administration.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Nextdoor Foundation as included in the attachment, Director Ferguson? Aye. Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Chair Seamson?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you, and congratulations. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 2 is action on a request to approve the instrumentality charter school contract with Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School, Inc. for Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached 5-year instrumentality charter school contract with Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School, Inc. for Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School to begin with the 2025-2026 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2029-2030 school year.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, I'm joined again by Bridget Schock, who will summarize the recommendation before you to renew the instrumentality charter school contract for Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School Incorporated. For Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School. Following the summary of this information, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Ms. Schock.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. Similar to the previous item, this item is a recommendation for a 5-year instrumentality charter school contract. This is the final step in the renewal process. So in December, the board approved a 5-year recommendation and authorized the development of the charter school contract in collaboration with the city attorney, the Office of Board Governance, the school, and administration. Attached to this item is that red line contract, the DPI appendices, along with the the contract, but Honey Creek will serve 390 students in grades K4 through 5. And again, the contract amendments are really focused on the statutory requirements and any just organizational changes. So at this time, we can answer any questions you might have. Their Appendix A is also redlined with some technical changes. I got a little funky, so we apologize for that.
Thank you very much. I do not have any speaker slips, just checking in. Yep, no speaker slips, so we're going to jump to committee members who might wish to make a comment or ask a question. Director Leonard.
So this is one of my schools, and it's one of the early schools that I subbed in 1992. Don't judge, all right? I thought about this just because I had to say this. Honey Creek has never changed, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, it has always had an extremely devoted staff. I loved subbing there because it was everybody was connected. Everybody sort of worked together, and I see that that's still the process there. And if there's anybody who's looking for one element that you have to have in a building to be successful, it's that staff, administration, partners, volunteers, everybody's on the same page, working together for the same goals. And very much when we were in there during the evaluation, nobody missed a beat. I could step away, go to a different classroom, and everybody was still doing instruction with fidelity across the whole school. So it was amazing to see. Keep up the great work, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other committee members? All right, seeing no more hands, what is the pleasure of the committee with respect to this item?
So I move that we accept the 5-year contract and renewal for Honey Creek Continuous Progress School.
Thank you, Director Leonard. Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Leonard's motion to approve the contract with the Honey Creek Continuous Progress Charter School as listed in the attachment, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Chair Simpson.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Congratulations to the school and its community. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is action on a request to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Highland Community School, Inc. for Highland Community School. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Highland Community School, Inc. for Highland Community School to begin with the 2025-2026 school year and end on the last regularly scheduled day of the 2029-2030 school year.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, interim superintendent. Joining me is Bridget Schock, who will summarize the recommendation for you to renew the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Highland Community School, Inc. for Highland Community School. Following this summary, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Schock.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. Again, this is a request for the 5-year non-instrumentality charter school contract with Highland Community School. In December, the board approved a 5-year recommendation, which is the final step in the renewal process. This contract was developed in collaboration with the Office of Board Governance, the city attorney, representatives Highland, and administration. Attached to this item is the red line contract, along with the DPI benchmark and appendices. The contract outlines 440 students in grades K3 through 8. The amendments, a lot of the amendments are outlined as a statutory requirement, and there's some technical revisions that are made throughout. So at this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I do not have any speaker slips at this time.
We do not.
All right, thank you. Back to committee members for comments and questions. Seeing none, Director Leonard.
So anytime I go to any of the schools and visit them, I feel we should be having some kind of comment, sorry. So,
Go right ahead.
So I've been to Highland Community School a number of times now. I've been always invited, and thank you for your coffee shop. I really appreciate that. Students do a great job. Here again, just a very well-run school, organized. Students are in, and I don't mean to say this in the wrong way, but they're in order. They know what they're doing. It's a Montessori-based school, but it's very well-run, and I just want to thank you, and I just ask you to keep up the great work. I love your playground. I believe it's relatively new, but anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have a motion?
And I move that we accept the contract in renewal for Highland Community Montessori School.
Thank you. Any further discussion by committee members? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Leonard's motion to approve the non-instrumentality charter school contract with Highland Community School as listed in the attachment, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
Aye.
Director Leonard,
Aye.
and Chair Seamson.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 4 is report with possible action on Green Tree Preparatory Academy. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, at the October meeting, administration was directed to bring a follow-up report to the February SASE meeting on the progress of Green Tree Preparatory Academy, Inc. This evening, I have with me Ms. Bridget Schock to lead this presentation. Following this report, we're happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this item. Thank you. Ms. Schock?
Thank you. Chair Seamson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. So tonight we're providing a report on the progress of Green Tree Preparatory Academy. Attached to this item is a detailed report that provides an overview of the demographics, academic and climate data, and progress towards meeting the performance goals outlined in their charter contract, which is also identified in their school improvement plan. The academic data illustrates the progress towards achieving a percentage of students in middle and high school scoring proficient or advanced on the Wisconsin Student Assessment System, such as the Forward, ACT, and Pre-ACT. That is the same as or higher than the percentage of pupils scoring proficient or advanced in corresponding grades in English, math, science, and social studies. The STAR assessment provides a snapshot of progress towards proficiency in reading and math for students in grades 6 through 10. Green Tree has shown growth in English language arts in middle and high school as illustrated in the chart on page 2 in the attachment. Although GPA has not reached the goal to meet or beat the district, they are showing growth in this area. And based on the STAR reading assessment, Green Tree is reducing the percentage of students significantly below and increasing the percentage of students on and above target from spring to fall in both reading and math. They continue to reduce the percentage of students who are significantly below from fall to winter this year in both reading and math. However, the winter assessment window closed on Friday, and due to the timing, it is not illustrated in this report, but we would be happy to provide you that data as well. Green Tree is showing similar growth in math, science, and social studies on the state assessments. Middle school students are demonstrating the most growth in all content areas. High school is showing improvement in math and science. The school improvement plan provides continuous analysis of data and monitoring of progress on the action steps that were developed from the root cause analysis. This plan has been the center of Green Tree's work to drive student performance. The theory of action, evidence-based instructional strategies, action steps, and progress to date is shown on page 2 and 3 for academics and on page 7 for climate and culture. For academics, Green Tree's focus on instructional strategies to leverage academic vocabulary in the classroom and implementation of the 7 skills for success has shown that students are developing stronger leadership skills within the classroom. The implementation of these strategies together has showcased an increase in student creativity and their oral and written communication. During Thursday early release days, time is set aside for teacher collaboration to discuss and analyze student data aligned to common assessments based on standards. The impact of this work shows an increase in student engagement, project-based learning, and small group collaboration. Green Tree's climate and culture data is illustrated on page 5 and 7 of the attachment. The current attendance rate for Green Tree is around 75%. Green Tree has shown a decline in the suspension rate compared to previous 2 years. The stability rate and mobility rate have not improved. However, the mobility rate is lower than the district, and they are meeting that measure, whereas the stability rate is close to the district average. Green Tree has improved the graduation rate from the previous years. Their first graduating class was the class of 2023. There has been a strong focus on improving climate and culture, and as a result, Green Tree has shown improvement in the number of incidents, office discipline referrals. Restorative practices are starting to be implemented in the advisory time. Staff have been trained, however, there is still work to be done to create a stronger system of implementation. A new assistant principal has been hired and has strong restorative practice background and has helped to build this culture. The school leaders are conducting walks and providing feedback on the implementation of restorative practice lessons. There has been progress in both middle and high school in the number of incidents from September to January. In September, the middle school had 54 referrals compared to January with only 154 referrals in September, and now they had 53 in January. High school had 59 referrals in September, and they have 40 in January. The instructional walk data has been provided on pages 8 through 11. Please keep in mind that while looking at this data is dependent on a quick moment of time in the classroom, and depending on when the observer enters, there are practices that might not be observed at that particular time. The walks are intended to give a snapshot of the instructional practices, and each observation is between 5 to 10 minutes. Administration has conducted about 22 visits to date. Since the report in October, Green Tree has shown growth in academic performance and the climate and culture. The school leader has been receptive to feedback and has made necessary adjustments to the schedule and systems as recommended by administration. There has been a continuation of coaching and support to teachers on instructional practices. As the school continues to focus on the implementation of the strategies outlined in the school improvement plan, we are hoping to see similar results on the state assessment in the spring. Thank you, and at this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any speaker slips on this item?
We do not have any on this item.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, do you have comments or questions? Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. Thank you. I just have one quick question for Ms. Schock. Can you please explain what the mobility rate refers to and how it's calculated?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. So mobility rate means the number of students that are coming in after third Friday. So the percentage of students after that third Friday enrollment date.
Follow-up, Director Ferguson?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Director Gokul Gandhi?
Thank you, Bridget. I just, again, part of when I think about our schools and when we compare them to what the district is doing and what progress the district is making, I still see some lagging, like some large gaps and lagging here. And when I look at on page 8, when I look at the summary of academic performance metrics, 23.1 is just, it's not great. And so I do think that we need to continue year over year to monitor this and really have a critical eye on if the metrics are moving. I see that some have moved, but like in science and math, I think it's gone down. And so I just want to be really mindful of that, and I want to make sure that the board, just keeps an eye on that and asks questions on what is happening and why that's happening, because it's our responsibility ultimately to make sure that students are receiving a quality education in the classroom.
So just for clarity, you're suggesting like next year at this time, we would have another report brought back to the board. Administration.
Hold on. So I think did we ask? So I can't remember if you can. Did we say every 6 months?
I thought it was 6 months.
That's, and I couldn't remember if you could just help clarify what we've asked on the motion. We made some motions. I think it is every 6 months. Okay.
Yeah,
Or maybe
I do
Bridget,
see-
you'd be the
I
person
see-
to
and
ask. I'm
I
sorry.
don't mean to interrupt, so I do apologize, because I break Robert's Rules of Order all the time, so I have to be careful, sorry.
Henry's Rules of Disorder.
Go ahead, Director Leonard.
So yeah, I believe it was every 6 months. I do see progress, which is good to see. But I do believe that I really believe that when it comes to, as a board, we have been, I'm just going to say it, we've been significantly reprimanded on not being always accountable or holding accountability. So that goes for everybody. That goes for ourselves, the central office, the school buildings that we look oversee. So obviously we have to be on top of this. So every 6 months, I don't think a year gap is a good idea. I question that altogether. And then I do have well, I'm going to ask a question real quick. There was a drop of 59 students, which may not be a bad thing altogether, while Green Tree was working on improving their plans. Is there any kind of explanation on why that drop was rather significant?
Administration.
This is enrollment numbers. It was down to 425. It was initially, the year before it was higher. I believe there's a drop of about 59 students.
Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. The enrollment really is what I think some of the feedback that we've provided to them is really be strategic about your enrollment. Over enrollment might not just be the best option, especially when you're building a school. Yeah.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, I actually
Dr.
want
Leonard?
to concur with Ms. Schock on that. I would agree. So while you're making corrections and building things, it's not always good to over-enroll. That's a challenge with a lot of extra students in the building. And then besides that, I lost my second question. I do apologize that.
We will come back to you. Or
thank you.
do you have a third question?
No, I don't. No,
Okay.
you can come back to me. Sorry,
If
thank
you remember, just raise your hand. I'll call on you again. Anyone else? All right. So a 6-month follow-up would mean in the month of August. Is there someone? Miss Director Zomborg? Go ahead. No, you go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Simpson. I just want to concur. I think we really have to keep a close eye on this school. I think that every 6 months, continuing with that pattern, I still have fears that the autonomy provided to an instrumentality charter is maybe not working for this school. I think there's, I've just heard, concerns about like curriculum, textbooks, maybe some of the progress around, or even just like how the school improvement plan was developed. There are safety concerns. And so I think I just appreciate like the extra oversight that we can keep giving this school. Because if we don't see rapid improvement, I do think we need to like explore reverting the school back to a traditional model, and then, continuing to support it. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, Director Gokul Gandhi.
I have a question. Do you have, in terms of like, when you bring a school, non-instrumentality charter school to the board, like, do we have some sort of progressive, I hate to say discipline policy, but, do we have any sort of scaffolding around, okay, you brought this once, raised a yellow flag, you brought this a second time, now it's, raising an orange flag, and now the third time is red flag, and here is really what's going to happen. I think part of the problem we're having with accountability is there are no steps, right? It's like it comes and it's either like we're shocked, or it's like it doesn't, or we just approve it. And so I'm wondering what are those like flags, and what is the rubric and scaffolding you have as controls for analysis?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services, I appreciate that question because we have like lots of metrics that we put in place, right? So the challenge is with some of the data, it doesn't come available until the state releases it and it's not embargoed anymore, and that's usually November, so that already puts you, 8 months from when the kids take the assessments. However, we do have benchmarks along the way, right? So the school improvement plan is really, I would say, the guidebook, this SOP for how the school is really strategically planning those goals and putting those actions forward. So we, as an administrative team, look at those goals, go out to the school, provide feedback, and those schools that are below the line, right, not meeting those criteria, get a lot more they're not really flags, but a lot more oversight in monitoring than a school that's maybe meeting those metrics and are high performing. So the school improvement plan process always starts where it's a continuous cycle, where they're looking at their data, they're meeting every cycle, every nine weeks to review that data, and we have somebody there that helps facilitate that process as well, so that if things aren't working, we're stopping what's working and we're putting in place what does work. And so that's a part of maybe the monitoring and the support. We've been in communication too to try to figure out a more streamlined process, that we can share all of this data with you on a regular basis. I know Dr. Tina and I have been in communication so that we can improve that process as well. You get the authorizer report, but maybe there's a place for us to be able to present that to you so you have that data in front of you. In fact, this report was taken off of that authorizer report, and I just expanded it even more so you could see the visual and the data. But I guess our monitoring and our benchmarks are really around having those conversations with the school, having more oversight, and increased conversations, one-on-ones, coaching conversations, to get them to move the needle.
Follow-up, Director Gokul Gandhi.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think, I know that we had a school that just came to us that we had to close, and it was like a shock, right? It was like a shock to a lot of people that was the step. And so I want to have some real clarity, and like, I want to see that like shouldn't have, in an ideal world, that's not the action that should have happened on this board floor as a shock to that community and that school. And so like, before that, and I take responsibility for this, like, it should have been like, okay, at this point, we're transitioning you back to a traditional school before that even happened. And so, like, maybe we even need to look at what is working in terms of oversight and progress monitoring. And when, let's say, we are not hitting 4 out of 8 benchmarks, okay, now we have to have a serious discussion about transitioning you back to a traditional school. Like, I don't want to get to 8 out of 8 benchmarks are not being met, and we have a 4% proficiency rate, and now we have to say, okay, we're closing you, but we didn't even give you an opportunity to be monitored by this board and all of the instructional staff that comes with it in the building. And so that's my point, is I feel like there is just a little bit more of a progressive flagging system with supports and very clear responses to when you don't meet those benchmarks. And I think if we could work towards really identifying that and reforming that system, I think this would just make it easier for everybody and really get at that point of accountability of both parties working together to understand what are the standards with which we need to operate.
Administration, can you follow up?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schack, Director of Contracted School Services, thank you for that. I've noted it that we can figure out a more productive system around there. We do have our charter renewal process that includes that rubric, but maybe we need to visit that more often for schools that are on a shorter term contract, and do more of an annual review like that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Director Ferguson?
Thank you. I kind of brought this up when we were interviewing candidates for superintendent, speaking of accountability, right? So I'm noticing that this school, for example, is 86.9% Black or African American. The school that we just closed down was, I think, 94% Black or African American. My question when we were interviewing for superintendent was specifically targeted toward when we see in our system African American students at schools that are falling further and further behind, what kind of supports or targeted supports are we as a system surrounding those schools with to help not only tell them, hey, fix it, but what is the likelihood that they're going to fix it if we're not targeting, even as a district, resources around those students? Because our as a board, I'm concerned that our plan cannot be that every time we have these schools, when we know there's a problem with our African American students, nobody knows exactly how to fix it, I don't think, because I assume that we would have fixed it by now, but we can't always respond by just closing them down. So we have to really look hard, and we have to think as teams, work as teams to support the schools that are experiencing these challenges, because it just doesn't look good for us to keep closing schools or close schools that are not performing well, and they have stats like 86.9% African American. It's just something that concerns me deeply, and as a board, I think we need to kind of corral a little bit more to talk about how we help these schools to be lifted up.
Thank you, Director Ferguson. Any further comments by board directors? Director Zambor.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. To Director Gokul Gandhi's point around more frequent reviews, the City Charter School Review Committee does do they provide annual reports for all of the schools, and I think just something like that's more than just the authorizer report that has like a deeper dive would be helpful for us to see. I mean, they still do 5-year contracts, but then annually they have time where they actually talk about the progress being made. So I think just looking at what other authorizers do on a more regular basis would be helpful. And then to Director Ferguson's point, part of chartering schools, there's also we write a contract and we hold them to certain metrics in the contract. And I think the expectation is that in exchange for that autonomy of being a charter, you do have to meet the metrics outlined in the contract, and I think that's one of the differences.
Thank you, Director Zambor. Administration, I'm just going to jump back to the 6-month update. So that would be in the month of August. So I don't know, first of all, is that agreeable? Are you agreeable to that? But then also looking to the Office of Board Governance, would we need a motion for that? So.
In past, when we've requested it, it wasn't made part of a motion. That's why it wasn't in the proceedings, so we couldn't tell you. So we could, but I know there are a couple of things. I'm pretty sure that Director Schock is going to say we're not going to have any different data at that moment in that particular month, so there might not be much more. And also that one of the things that we have already been planning to do for this summer is a board retreat on authorizer practices so that we can hear some of those expert practices that are being done in other places and see what we can implement in our own practices here. And I will then pass it on to Director Schock in case there's anything she wants to add.
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. I'm just afraid if we bring something in August, it's going to be similar to October's meeting. So if we could, I wouldn't mind bringing a yearly report in February where we have all of the data and we can take that annual review. I just think it's going to be really difficult to give you any additional data that we just won't have because it's not available other than STAR scores.
I'm wondering if there would be any updates with the SIP plan, because are those written, like, would there be an end of the year, where you could bring back, like, how the school felt it went, during the course of the year, and maybe changes that they're making in their SIP plan? Just wondering if there's anything out there. Administration.
Chair Stevenson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. Certainly, we can bring back the SIP plans depending on when the SIP retreat is. I don't know if we would have that data for you in August because it's prior to the start of the school year, so that might be a little challenging just because we have the summer months, but we are at the pleasure of the board, so whatever you recommend, we will do.
Director Gokul Gandhi. Oh, Director Leonard.
So my suggestion would actually be, I would say, if it's going to be 6 months or doing it more than once a year, I would prefer to look at the data in May and then again in January or February. But I'm looking at it differently. I'm just looking at it as an educator and saying, so in May, I have a pretty good idea of what our school's done all year. I have a conglomerate amount of data that I can show. And then again in January, it'll give us an eclipse or a view of what's been going on since then. That way, we just sort of have to make a shift. And Bridget, we're going to give you some extra work in this process, but then we'll get it on a regular schedule, though. I mean, because I do agree with Director Ferguson that one of the reasons that we should do this is so that we have the pulse on this, so we know what we're doing, and that would give us the data we need. So I would suggest that would be a better way to go about this.
Director Gokul Gandhi,
So when do the STAR scores come out?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, Director, I guess just for clarifying, the last round of STAR or the first round in the new year?
So remind me when we test kids in the fall.
Typically, right around that first month of school in September. Typically, by the end of September, we'll have that, at least the testing completed
Okay, and the data?
by October.
Okay, so then I think October would be, because you'll have a new set of data. We reviewed their STAR, then we'll be able to compare the STAR data from the previous year, correct? Okay, so I think then, once you get the STAR data, and this goes back to the thing, like I said previously, when we have this, I think this confusion that we're all having of like, okay, so now you have a school, like, what are then the metrics? So if academic state level data aside, what data are we gathering in the buildings, whether it be then more routine culture and climate, reports, like some form of the YSRB data that we have, these walkthroughs that you're doing, does that mean increased walkthroughs at any given time, unannounced walkthroughs? Like, I think that, that's what I'm thinking about with the rubric, that it should be clear that once you've gone on this path of, okay, now we need to monitor you, well, then I, as a principal, want to know, okay, well, what are you expecting from me? What are you monitoring? And then what is the expectation then that comes back to the board that then we can say, okay, in the last 6 months, here's what you've improved? Because what I worry about with the year is that, like, okay, well, now a year's gone by and you told me last year to fix things. And to your point, Director Ferguson, you didn't really like ask like what I needed, or you weren't saying like, hey, this is still not improving. And so Dr. Tina, I think to your point, not only what is the authorizer, the retreat, but like, I think we really need to think. So if the glide path is like meets, doesn't meet, meets few, what are the things between all of those what are the activities that happen that we can say, okay, 6 out of 8 of these are good, or you're on the path, or 3 out of 8 of these are not happening, and we're now increasingly worried. So I don't see a clear qualitative understanding of how we make decisions around that.
No, that's a very good point. So I think go ahead, Administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services, Director Gokul Gandhi, got my head spinning. So I think, no, in a good way. So I think we can bring something, work on something and bring an idea back. I think that's definitely feasible because we have those metrics in place, but putting it into a rubric or a metric system that's very clear and transparent is a great idea. So yes, we can do that. October, STAR scores are just being closed, so it's September to October. So that just kind of, we'll have some attendance data. School starts in September, so just kind of thinking about when that report would come and when it would make sense. So we can bring you the data, so it's not like the last October when we didn't have many data for you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Gokul Gandhi.
So I guess, can you clarify what you mean by that? Because all of our traditional schools would have STAR data at that point, right?
STAR data window goes from September to mid-October.
Okay.
And then, so we'll have that data mid-October, but we have to have the report to you ready in September, because that's how we're always a month ahead for when we provide our report to you, if that makes sense.
But it doesn't. That doesn't make sense. Why would you provide a report to us in September if, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, fundamentally, like, we need to relook at our practices, because that makes absolutely no sense to me. So I almost would say, then wait for the report and put the STAR data in there and come back to committee. Now, I'm not going to be here, so like, I guess I'm going to look to the people who are, but I don't know, that doesn't make any, why make you come twice when what we're asking for is going to come at the end of October?
Right. So would November make more sense? Is that?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Well, I'm asking you, what makes sense?
She's saying yes. I've got Dr. Tina over here saying, wait.
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, Dr. Tina Owen Moore, Director of the Office of Board Governance. Thinking about it, this sounds like a really, I may kick myself for saying this, but a really good project for myself.
Great.
The Office of Accountability and the Office of Administration, because the way the testing systems go and everything, you want to make sure you're looking at the right ones. We tend to see a little dip sometimes in the fall because of the summer, and you wouldn't want that to reflect going back if you're not looking at the right data. So I think working with our assessment, our Office of Accountability, and really thinking consciously about what does that look like when we know we want to really be watching a school, and what progress checks would be good. So I think it is a little bit of a bigger project, but I think it's worth doing in this, and perhaps a motion could be made around that, not to create more work or anything, but I believe we could do that.
All right, Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Yeah, and that's fine. You can compare that fall to past fall, right? Like do the apples to apples comparison. And I'm happy to make the motion to do that project. And I also want to just note, then don't come in September and do it, because that's just not a good use of your time or the board's time, because they're going to be like, and who's going to remember that in February we were like, oh yeah, we talked about that, you know? So I personally, I just think that makes most sense.
Yeah, no, agreed. So you need a motion. Wait, before we do, we can have conversation after motion. but-
I'll try a
Okay, go
motion.
ahead, go for it, Director Gokul-Gandhi.
I move to authorize the Office of Board Governance, Office of Accountability and Efficiency, along with the Department of Contracted Services to analyze our, do you want me to make it specific to Green Tree, or you want me to make it general? General, okay. To review our process of performance evaluation for our contracted schools that require more assistance. Does that work? Okay.
Okay. And then just kind of so from that report, I guess then I would just be asked, or from that work, I would be asking for you to come up with an agreeable time to bring Green Tree back to the SASE committee. It sounds like November would work, but maybe after you all have some conversation, you will have a better timeline. But I'm going to just for now assume it's going to be November. All right. Any further discussion by members of the committee?
Just a point of
Oh, yeah.
information.
No, yeah,
So
go
do you
ahead.
want a separate motion that asks for a Green Tree report to be brought back in November? Are those two separate things?
They could be, or you could include it. It's,
Okay, and then I will add to the motion for a report to be brought back specifically about Green Tree in November.
in November.
Yes. Okay. Director Ferguson, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but I'm not really. I'm just wondering, I'm confused about what report is being brought back from Green Tree.
Why doesn't administration explain sort of your thinking at this point in time about information that you could share with us in the month of November?
Yeah. Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schuck, Director of Contracted School Services. So I'm envisioning kind of a report similar to what's in front of you right now. It just might not have the same data, but similar data, just on when those metrics are taken, right? So we're not going to have any additional state assessment data because that data is usually embargoed until November. But that would come later, like a February or May report, if that's what you want. But other than that, it's really similar to what you have. It will show the attendance. There'll be some data that we definitely can share with you, and then the STAR report as well. We'd have graduation data hopefully by then as well.
Director Ferguson?
Thank you for that, and thank you as well. I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful. Any other comments or questions by members of the board? All right, then with that, we have a motion on the floor. And so, Madam Secretary, I'm going to ask you to read the motion and then take the roll.
All right. On Director Gokul-Gandhi's motion to have OBG, OAE, and Department of Contracted Services to review our processes of contracted schools that require additional assistance, and to bring a report back in November on academic progress at Green Tree. Yes. Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Chair Seamson.
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say I appreciate the conversation by committee members because that's the way that, work happens and it can get a little messy sometimes, Director Leonard, with Robert's Rules of Order, but that's quite all right, right? That's the way conversation happens.
Well,
Yeah.
and thank you to Bridget for being amenable to just revisiting. I know that's an extra task on top of all the things, so just.
Yes. Thank yous all around. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, item 5 is report with possible action on Academia del Lenguaje y Bellas Artes, ALBA. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, on August, the board approved a 5-year contract with ALBA and requested administration provide a report on the progress of ALBA. To give this report, I have with me Ms. Bridget Schock, and following that sharing, we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Chair Seamson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. So in August, the board approved a 5-year instrumentality charter school contract with a report back in February regarding the move from teacher to administratively led. The attached report provides just an academic snapshot of the school performance, and I will provide a brief overview of the progress. In early December, administration met with the school staff to listen to concerns and provide some clarity on the teacher co-op moving to a principal-led model. At this meeting, there was representation from the school governance board to provide rationale for the decision to move to a principal-led model, which was based on financial and growth of middle school students. Administration has posted for the principal position for ALBA in accordance with the MPS procedures for hiring. And then in January, administration met with the school staff to provide clarity on the hiring process and share next steps. The school staff had the opportunity to review, identify, and prioritize principal standards that they, as a school community, believe the school leader should possess to best meet the needs of the school community. The school governance meetings was another concern that was brought up. So they are held at 1 p.m. on the third Wednesday of the month. The school governance board recognizes that this is not the most conducive time for staff to attend. However, it works for the governing body, which are parents of the school. As a result, the governing board is adjusting the agenda to include a standing item that will allow for the teacher co-op and other school committees to have an opportunity to share data, progress, and their concerns. The governance board is made up of 2 community members and 5 parents who are voting members. Plus, there are some non-voting members, which is a teacher that were voted on by staff, the parent coordinator, the IB coordinator, and the school leaders who serve as non-voting members. At this time, we can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to go to speaker slips first. So I'll call 2 speakers at a time to come forward. And so we're going to, I think, state our names, spell our last name for the record, just as a reminder, and that the comments should be directed towards the progress of ALBA. So our first 2 speakers are Veronica Ramirez and Jennifer Santiago.
Veronica Ramirez, R-A-M-I-R-E-Z. Director Seamson and committee members. During our Welcome Back to School staff meeting, the school leader blamed us for the reason our doors may not open on day 1, because a number of us reached out to you after being blindsided by our school model being changed from teacher-led to principal-led. The reason given was a time crunch to get the charter submitted on time. This tactic is used far too regularly to get certain things pushed through. Even an email to tell us of this change was not shared to teachers. Teachers received 3 emails over summer break from the school leader, one being about Noah's Ark. However, an email about this important change was not made. We were fortunate to have Mr. Galarza, a founder of ALBA, and Ms. Enriquez run our school from October 24th to December. The climate and culture were significantly improved. Communication with staff about our SIP, school celebrations, and needs for improvement were communicated in a direct, clear, and respectful manner. Fast forward to now, and the communication is as controlled and limited as ever. Teachers have to continually investigate and push to get information. The reason given to us that our school went principal-led was because it was supposed to save a significant amount of money from our budget. We have been told 4 different amounts that we saved, but never received an actual amount. This is even more pertinent to Axis, as several teacher cuts were recently made for the upcoming school year. The lack of real action from the district has enabled the disrespect and toxicity we continue to endure. This is one reason more teachers do not feel safe to come up here and speak. When you ignore those who ask for help, you silence the voice of a Latino community that is raised to keep its head down in front of authority or shamed for speaking truth to power. Many of our teachers are permit teachers or have work visas. They need letters of recommendation from their supervisor, who is the school leader. This also affects any teacher who has her as an evaluator. At the end of the day, it is our students who are affected most when teachers are sick of fighting back and leave. From 2014 to the present, 23 educators transferred to Alba from 2 other MPS schools, and 33 resigned, going to work for other districts or leaving education altogether. The reason we stay is because of our kids, and the reason we leave is because of adults who don't do the right thing and help us when we're asking for it.
Thank you. We have, your time is up. Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Jennifer Santiago.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Santiago, Santiago. My message to you tonight and the points I address will all directly speak to the culture and climate of Alba. This is my 8th year at Alba as the art teacher and 27th in the district. I need you to understand that I really do love the students and staff and parents at Alba. I serve on the building committee, and we have not met with administration since November. Any dates we've suggested have gone unanswered. With that being said, needed items of communication we requested to share with staff have still not been communicated. On December 4, 2024, 2 board members and 2 central office leaders attended a meeting at Alba regarding staff concerns about being blindsided into becoming principal-led. We were asked to put together a document where staff could share the ideas of what changes could or should be made at our school. Thus far, none of the 17 issues listed in that document have been acknowledged or addressed by administration. Also, in meetings when staff ask for clarity of administration, many questions are met with deflection, not clarified, or just outright left unanswered. To speak further about the lack of transparency, the majority of parents found out in January that we are now a principal-led school when they received a Google form from central office asking them if they were interested in being on the principal interview committee. Admin had not formally sent out a letter or any communication about this to parents prior to this date. Additionally, speaking to the climate, I have personally observed a number of my colleagues extremely frustrated, outright angry, and even crying as a result of the toxic work environment we all face at Alba. The stress of being disrespected by leadership has become more visibly evident. Furthermore, there is little to no coaching nor mentoring to assist teachers in improving student data outcomes from our evaluators, just admonishment of choices. What Alba needs now that we are principal-led is an effective leader that will go out of their way to establish trust and respect, thus creating a healthy and nurturing culture and climate for all. As this is a data-proven main indicator of effective teams, there is a great difference between a leader who seeks to empower their employees rather than seeking to amass power for themselves. A leader who actively listens and is not quick to speak and shut their team members down, but collaborates with them to create the best possible future for our students and community will inevitably provide a promising future for our community and, most importantly, for the future of our students. Thank you.
Our next 2 speakers are Natalie Salazar and Katie Topp.
Good evening, Natalie Salazar. Salazar is S-A-L-A-Z-A-R. In my time at Alba, I've witnessed several aspects of our school culture that has created confusion and diminished morale. But tonight, I'm only going to identify 3, all with the goal of seeking your support and personal involvement to turn us back around from this already terrible start to the school year. These are not isolated incidents, but ongoing patterns that are negatively affecting the work environment. Number 1 is our lack of transparency and communication. Information is often withheld and decisions are made without input from those who will be directly impacted. This lack of open communication has caused confusion among staff, making it difficult to stay aligned with the school's goals and feel confident in our role. The second is the undermining behavior. There is a pattern of leadership undermining us as professionals, whether through dismissive comments, lack of recognition, or public criticism. This creates a hostile environment where staff feel unsupported and hesitant to collaborate. The third is inconsistent policies and expectations. Policies and expectations are often unclear, and when they are communicated, they change without sufficient notice or explanation. This inconsistency has left many of us unsure about how to perform our duties effectively, leading to frustration and burnout. To make my point even clearer, these are the results of our 2024 School Culture and Climate Survey. When asked the staff whether we agree or disagree that the leadership at Alba makes clear to the staff their expectations for meeting instructional goals, 49% of Alba disagreed, while the district only had 15. When we were asked whether we agree or disagree, it's okay in the school to discuss feelings, worries, and frustration with leadership, 57% disagreed, while the district only had 19. When asked whether we agree or disagree that staff feel respected by leadership, 65 disagreed, 24 to the districts. When asked whether we agree or disagree how much influence us teachers have over the planning of discretionary school funds to be used, 77% disagreed to the district's 58. The consequences of this culture is now leaving a handful of teachers looking for different places to call the second home. 500 students next year are going to ask me, why did they leave? Did they not like us? How come we don't have more of this class? And lastly, why do all the good teachers leave us, Ms. Salazar? Because it's been asked before. I share this testimony not out of a desire to place blame, but because I believe that acknowledging these issues is our last chance before our school, Fine Arts, is another forgotten school.
Thank you. And our next speaker, Katie Topp.
Good evening, Katie Topp, T-O-P-P. I had taught for 10 years when I started teaching music at Alba last fall. Until that point, I could always trust my administrators. I knew I could believe what they were telling me. I knew they had my back, and I knew they had some modicum of respect for me. I have never felt any of these things from Alba administration. I'm speaking to you now, knowingly risking retribution from them. In my very first interaction with the administrator at Alba, they lied to me multiple times. In my interview, they lied to me about what I would be teaching, where I would be teaching, and the leadership structure at Alba. They prayed.
I was going to ask.
Can you speak to processes and less to personnel? Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, you asked to hear from Alba staff about the climate since the new charter was approved. The climate is the same as it was before, chaotic, distrustful, and fearful. I cannot believe how negative the climate is under Alba administration. This is not how schools are supposed to feel. The administration disregards the intelligence, experience, and humanity of much of their staff. They regularly withhold and manipulate information, ignore appeals to improve ineffective systems, and worst of all, admin preys on the good intentions of staff and their desire to follow the rules. Admin bullies and intimidates staff, pits staff against each other, withholds schedules until the day before school starts, blames staff for administrative shortcomings, and keeps staff so busy and frazzled that they don't have time or energy to stand up to them. Administration makes major program and curriculum decisions unilaterally with zero input from anyone or regard for benefit to students or staff workload. Admin strategically controls what and when information is given to staff to construct the narrative they desire, to prevent staff input and intervention, and to heighten the anxiety of staff and suppress their voices. For example, the reason for this meeting. A sweeping administrative change snuck into the charter at the last minute with no staff input. It was strategically timed, and scare tactics were used to try to discourage staff from speaking up about it to the school board. Members of the board, thank you for picking up on the nature of this charter change and inviting stakeholders to check in. The Alba administrator has actively cultivated a distrustful and punitive environment. The intentional lack of transparency, lack of respect, and chaos created by Alba admin is evidence of either incompetence, malicious strategy, or both. Administration at Alba is not making decisions in the best interest of our students. Alba staff are trying to do better for our students and our families, and we're trying to lead Alba to a better future. The only way that can happen is without current administration there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call our last three speakers up, Maria Serena, Natalice Mendez, and Lori, I hate to even try the last name, it starts with a Z. Thank you.
Maria Guadalupe Serna, S-E-R-N-A. I speak to you today as a former Alba school teacher who has witnessed firsthand the impact poor leadership can have on an educational institution. When I first walked through Alba's doors in 2019, I saw incredible potential. For several years, I managed to overlook the one component that ultimately led to my decision to leave: leadership. Dr. Rosa Rivera McCutcheon's Radical Care Framework highlights 5 components of effective school leadership, including building authentic relationships, supporting staff growth, and using power effectively. Alba's recent school climate survey results are alarming. 57% of staff reported not feeling safe, raising concerns, and 51% reported not trusting leadership. In 2022, those results were at 56% and 71% respectively. These survey results reflect deep issues concerning leadership at Alba. Research shows that school leaders can indeed leverage specific behaviors to better retain talented teachers, yet Alba's leadership has consistently failed to implement these practices. When it comes to believing in staff capacity for excellence, Alba's leadership has repeatedly undermined teacher initiative and growth. The phrase, "that's how it's always been," has become a shield against progress, a barrier to innovation, and an excuse for maintaining the status quo. Even more concerning is the use of power at Alba. Rather than using authority to transform and uplift, it's been used to intimidate and silence. In a healthy school environment, leadership fosters trust and positive culture. Yet at Alba, 65% of staff report not feeling respected by the current leadership, nearly triple the district-wide report of 24%. This isn't just a statistic, it's a cry for help from your educators. Board of Directors, Alba needs leaders who understand that authority means working with others, not over them. It needs someone who can foster transparency, delegate trust, and genuinely collaborate with staff. This isn't just about new leadership. It's about reimagining what Alba could be. It's about creating an environment where teachers can thrive, students can excel, and authentic relationships can flourish. The time for change in Alba's leadership is past due. I stand here today not to criticize, but to advocate for transformation. Alba's students deserve better, its teachers deserve better. And with the right leadership that truly embodies radical care, Alba can fulfill its true potential.
Thank you. Next speaker, Natalice.
Hello. Natalice Mendez, MENDAZ. I am a parent and an SGB member at Alba. I, along with our stakeholders, have serious concerns about the ongoing lack of transparency and accountability within Alba's administration, issues that SGB leadership has attempted but failed to address. On January 29, we attended a budget meeting at the administration's discretion, where board members were notified only an hour in advance, and stakeholders were never informed, violating Wisconsin open meeting law, which requires at least 24 hours notice. I have repeatedly brought this issue to MPS Central Office, yet we have received no response or oversight. During this meeting, we were forced to make critical budget decisions with minimal time and information. Administration provided only a few slides to justify decisions involving millions of dollars, a pattern that continues in our school. This led to reductions in our fine arts department, threatening Alba's identity as a school rooted in arts and music. Notably, those affected were educators who had been outspoken about the lack of transparency, raising concerns about targeted retaliation. Teachers have also expressed frustration with MPS Central Office for ignoring their concerns about the toxic climate created by administration. Many fear speaking out due to retaliation. Furthermore, demonstrating this culture of control, the administrator attempted to censor board members by stating, "If you do wish to speak, remember that as board members, you are speaking as the SGB in one voice or one accord, not as individuals." This suppresses open dialogue and prevents board members from advocating for the very stakeholders we represent. Parents, too, have been told that they are not allowed to speak at SGB meetings. Many of them are non-English speakers, yet no translation service has been provided, limiting access to critical information. Additionally, given the national targeting of our community, parents feel legal repercussions for speaking up, further silencing the voices that need to be heard the most. I hope you see the correlation between the concerns brought to this board during the July SASE meeting and today's. As you can see, not much has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker was in person, Lori.
Hi. Lori Zarodny, Zahhorodny. I had prepared some comments for tonight, but after listening to all of my colleagues speak, I can't improve much on what they have said. I just want to say that we continue to have a teachers cooperative at Alba. Previously, that teachers cooperative had more power. However, in my 3 years at Alba, the first 2 when we were teacher-led school, it never felt like that teachers cooperative had much power. And although we continue to meet and good ideas continue to be brought up, we have even less power. So the transition to being principal-led has resulted in teachers feeling even more disenfranchised than they were previous to that. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have another speaker slip, hot off the press here. Thank you. Brenda Martinez.
Good evening, Director Simpson, board members, Superintendent Galvan. I'm Brenda Martinez, lead teacher at Alba School. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. And I wanted to help provide a little bit of an update on that transition. I had written multiple things to speak to, but after hearing the testimony of the others on staff, I think there's a couple of points that need to be clarified. First of all, understanding the structural changes that were created back in 2015 in state law, changing the autonomy, increasing the autonomy of our governance board in charter schools is something that has been very difficult to navigate since our charter contract in 2019 when it became in effect in our charter school. That's where the teacher cooperative and the dual administrative model really changed because of that state law. So that the governance board has the autonomy over budget. The governance board has the autonomy over educational programming, and that's something that has been a change. It's been a challenge since that time, 6 years now, to really understand how that role has changed. With the change in administrative structure that occurred made by the Alba Governance Board in the August contract negotiations at the last minute, at the last time. Again, those are changes that are made by a governance board and not by a singular individual. And I just want to be really clear, even though you all have our bylaws, you have everything. As a non-member on the board, my role is that of presenting information, much similar to everyone from central office that presents information for you all and helps you navigate what decisions to make. That's my role. My personal opinions do not come into play. They're not shared unless asked. Our board, following the August meeting here has made great strides forward in becoming more accessible to the public, in becoming more clear for community engagement. There's been some changes on our board and some new members as well, and that is coming along. It's a work in progress. In school, navigating the transition from teacher-led to principal-led has kind of left a sense of unease within the building because we don't have anyone with that title of principal. So there's kind of an uncertainty, and in the building, you can feel it, you can sense it. It's not the happy, joyful place that Alba has always been because of that. And it's also underscored some of the undercurrent that's persisting in our school to divide and to mislead others. I'm out of time. All right. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have some speakers who are calling in, and so we'll move to those now.
We have Norma Alva Ortega. Can you hear us? Norma Alva Ortega, are you still online? Okay. We have John Egebrecht. John, can you hear us?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Chair Simpson and members of the committee, my name is John Egebrecht, spelled E-G-G-E-B-R-E-C-H-T. As the interim chair of Alba's School Governance Board, I certainly appreciate the committee providing space for the Alba community to speak. While I'm not here to say that all concerns have been addressed, I would like to share some rationale for the switch to an administrator-led model, as well as an update on where the SGB is today in our journey to mend relationships and ensure that all stakeholders are heard so we can move forward cohesively. Contract negotiations between Alba and the district concluded on July 26th. At this time, the SGB learned that Alba's transportation allocation was significantly reduced, meaning the SGB would need to make permanent budget cuts for the duration of the contract. With the contract due August 2nd, the SGB held an emergency meeting one final time on August 1st. Faced with a significant budget shortfall and understanding that principal and AP positions are funded through the district, the SGB made the switch in order to alleviate funding challenges. By making this switch, the SGB avoided making devastating cuts to what makes Alba such a special school. In regards to concerns about transparency and lack of voice, we are working to address these. A community meeting between Alba's teachers, the SGB, MTEA, district staff, and directors from the MPS board was held in December to have an open conversation. 4 specific updates since that meeting are as follows. Number 1, I've connected with both Ms. Schock and Ms. Owen Moore in regards to adding teachers to the SGB. Unfortunately, Wisconsin's charter school regulations prohibit this. Number 2, we've revised our standard meeting agenda to include both time for public testimony as well as a standing agenda item allowing for updates from the teachers co-op, school departments, and the parent coordinator. Number 3, we recognize that the meeting time does not work for all stakeholders. However, meetings are attended by voting members, which includes parents and community members, and are also attended by non-voting members, including representatives from the teachers co-op, the parent coordinator, and school administration. Lastly, number 4, our board structure is slowly improving. As the interim board chair, I was the only board officer up until January, at which time we elected a secretary. This update will help ensure that meeting notices, agendas, and minutes are managed going forward. Again, there are still many concerns to be addressed. The SGB is aware of this, and our goal is to build cohesion among all stakeholders as we look ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Try again.
Yeah.
Norma Alva Ortega. Can you hear us? Ella necesita español. ¿Estás ahí, Norma? No? Okay, gracias.
Thank you so much. We're going to go to committee members now who would like to make comments or ask questions. I think it was Director Garcia. I don't know what first names are just like popping in again. Director Garcia.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. for allowing me to join today's SASE meeting, particularly to be here with, the conversation that's happening today, and to the administration for the presentation and for the comments that we've heard this morning from folks that are speaking their truth. Nos sentimos increíblemente orgullosos de la Academia de Lenguaje y Bellas Artes, mejor conocida como ALBA, y de la reputación bien merecida que se ha construido como una escuela de grandes logros en nuestro distrito. ALBA es un ejemplo de excelencia y su éxito es un testimonio de la dedicación, pasión y trabajo incansable de sus educadores, estudiantes, familias y colaboradores comunitarios. We're incredibly proud of Academia de las Bellas Artes, de Lenguajes y Bellas Artes, and the well-earned reputation that it has earned as a high-performing school in our district. ALBA is a symbol of excellence, and its success is a testament to the dedication, the passion, and tireless work of its educators, students, families, and community partners. However, alongside this success, we cannot ignore the serious concerns that have been raised by our stakeholders through the reauthorization process, concerns that have only grown over time. Staff management challenges, governance deficiencies, and school culture concerns have surfaced, which are raising significant red flags. As authorizers, we found ourselves constrained by time when this contract came forward to us, which limited our ability to fully address these issues at the last contract cycle. The issues related to the shift in how this school is ran, shifting from teacher-led to admin-led, resulted in our request for this check-in. In the 6 months since, feedback from parents, staff, and board members has only intensified, making it clear that these challenges require immediate and comprehensive action. I have personally observed the shifts in school culture and the challenges that impact ALBA's ability to maintain a strong, cohesive community. Our responsibility as a district is not just to celebrate the success, but to ensure that every school, especially one as vital as ALBA, has the structure and support necessary to thrive long-term. With that in mind, and I'm not sure if I'm able to do this since I'm not on this committee, but I would like to recommend that administration develop and implement a targeted support plan that directly addresses issues in governance and school climate concerns that we have clearly heard over and over and over again. This plan must provide clear accountability measures and timeline to ensure meaningful progress. ALBA's future success depends on our collective commitment to transparency, to collaboration, and unwavering dedication to its students. This is not just about addressing problems, it's about reinforcing ALBA's foundation so that it can continue to be a model of excellence for years to come. I'm confident that together we will rise to this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Other committee members? Director Leonard.
Okay, so, first of all, I'm going to end one thing right away. There was never, and I have seen a lot of emails, I've talked to, I can't tell you how many people. There were never any threats to Alba's charter being rescinded, so whoever is doing the fear-mongering, you need to stop doing that. Staff do not need to fear that at all. That was never anything that was of any concern to this board at all. Alba is an excellent school. In fact, one of the more high-ranking schools in MPS. We love you in our family, and we would never go that direction. So I just want to end that right now on the floor. I'm also going to speak to just the frustration that I hear, and I've seen this not just here, but I am a very, very strong believer in shared leadership, shared responsibility, and making sure that everybody has a voice. I have spent my whole life as an activist. I understand what that does and what that needs to happen. And when I don't see that happening at Alba School, it bothers me intensely. I take it quite personal, and I don't like game playing. I don't like people trying to gaslight me or play games about it. The truth is, there is a way to go about this in true leadership where you gain the respect of everyone that you work with and for, to make sure that we work together as a group. And that's not happening at Alba. This makes no sense to me. Why would you derail a school by acting in such a way that staff, and when I hear the numbers, I heard 24 at least that have left this Alba staff, make no sense. There is an issue there that has to be dealt with, and I'm actually feel like doing a reprimand more than anything else. I was in administration, and I was a lead teacher, and I was a BR, and I knew how to lead buildings. I never lost staff members. I knew how to work with people and the parents, and that should be a basic expectation of climate and culture in Milwaukee Public Schools. We talk about transparency. We talk about getting our act together. We see people coming in here and making sure that they let us know they're not satisfied with the way we do things, and yet we have one of our best schools, and we're having the same situations with them. So yes, I'm actually quite irritated by it. It should not be happening, period. I would agree with Director Garcia. I believe that a plan has to be put in place that will make sure that these things are being taken care of, and that we actually have real progress, where we can actually sit down and talk with all parties and stakeholders involved to make sure that this is actually taking place. And that means there needs to be a shift in the way behaviors and relationships are occurring in Alba. I do not want to lose this school. So thank you very much, but I need to make that actually a little bit more personal, because I can't believe we're going down this route. We should have seen progress 6 months ago, at least 3 months ago. It's so slow that it's not going to happen if we don't get right to it and get serious about it.
Thank you, Director Leonard. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Yeah, two things. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for your incredibly well thought out comments. I want to agree with everything. I don't know what the Roberts rules are on a non-committee member making a motion. If she is not allowed to, Director Leonard, I don't know if you'd like to adopt that motion and make it on the floor. I'm happy to let you do that. If you are, please go ahead, and then I have another follow-up question.
Director Leonard.
Okay, yes, I would. There's no way I can repeat exactly what she said, so I apologize.
That's
but I
okay.
do
It's in
adopt
the
that
record.
motion.
Yes.
Sorry, hang on. To implement a targeted support plan that directly addresses governance and school climate concerns. This plan must provide clear accountability measures and timelines to ensure meaningful progress. All those future effects depends on this. Oh, thank you. Got it. That's the actual, sorry, that's the actual motion.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
And I want to have a discussion here, like would love to hear administration's feedback, like what does that look like? Like I want to walk away today with a really good understanding of when we come back in X months, what are the things we're really going to look for? Because to Director Leonard's point, I mean, the amount of emails I've gotten in the last couple weeks and frantic phone calls and has tripled. I actually think I counted, from the last time we had this conversation. That's unacceptable to me, right? Because I think this board was pretty clear that this was not okay. And no one should have to wake up and go to work feeling like someone's lording threats and retaliation over their head, especially at a school that's doing really phenomenal things. Like, I'm perplexed, I think, actually, a little bit. Like, how is this happening at a school that is providing such incredible, high-quality instruction and learning to our students? And who and when and how do we need to build in time for reflection, self-reflection on which actors or individuals or systems in that building need monitoring or fixing or whatever it might be. So I just want the community to know that we hear you, and we're gonna like take active steps now to solve this and monitor this.
All right, administration.
Chair Simpson, Director Golgandi, members of the committee. First, in regards to the move to administratively led, just an update on that again. There is a process that's ongoing regarding following our procedures, how we go through selecting a principal. So that process is ongoing. We will follow that process. The school team, the community members of the administration, including Ms. Schock, Mr. Harris, Dr. Gamblin, went out to explain what that process is. They will follow through on that process, and then based upon what recommendation the school interview team has, whether the candidates that are put forth are those that are the school and the community team, that membership moves forward. If not, again, we will repost or do whatever is necessary in order to make sure that the community has voice in who that administrator is in that new model. And then further.
Can I ask before you, what is the timeline of that process? Has that been really clearly communicated?
Administration?
Chair Simpson, Director Gokul Gandhi, that has been communicated. Again, it was referenced that there was a meeting where Ms. Schock, Mr. Harris, Dr. Gamblin went out and met with all members of the community in person, and some were there virtually to explain the process of that selection. Again, I don't know if I should share more about, I believe the interviews are going to be conducted next week, and then we move forward from there.
Right. I think that Director Gokul Gandhi, you were looking for some specific action steps that we could put in place in terms of monitoring and working with the things that were mentioned in Director Garcia's ideas.
Yeah, and then
So if
whatever,
there's-
yes, and
yeah.
whatever other comments the administration has, maybe just providing some clarity on how we've gotten here.
Yeah, so if there is anything that administration could add for clarity.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contracted School Services. I'll address the School Governance Board, and I'll let Mr. Harris address the HR and other side of the story. So for our School Governance Board, we will put together an action plan. I think step one, I know that they're meeting next week, Wednesday. I will personally attend that meeting, and then I think get an idea for how that's ran and provide some really strategic steps on what needs to happen next. I think step one is making sure there's a standard agenda item, that there's teacher voice, staff voice, I think is incredibly important, as well as parent voice. That's, I think, the underlying, that's what I've been hearing over and over again. So making sure that that agenda is set. And then meeting with that board chair afterwards, just to have a conversation about how we can move forward in that direction. So I don't really have an actual timeline and action plan for you now, but it will include steps from what we've heard from testimony of staff to make sure that that's all included, so that hopefully by March we see this happen, and then by February we see an increase in that voice of the committees, the teachers, and the staff.
I have a follow. Oh, no, go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Chair Simpson, Director Gokul Gandhi, Michael Harris, Interim Chief, School Administration. Just to be clear, and I'm putting on my HR hat here, none of our employees, we want all of our employees to be in an environment where they feel valued, respected, and there are processes and procedures that our employees should follow if they feel in any situation harassed or bullied. We want to make sure that all of our employees are protected. That's who we are. And so I encourage any of our employees who are listening, who's in the audience, to ensure that they contact Labor Relations if they are experiencing any of those types of experiences in our schools or in our offices. It's unacceptable. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were very clear about our expectations on how we treat each other as colleagues, as supervisors, so forth, so on, in the school district. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Yeah, I'm going to just ask one more. I think I heard in the audience that there was like a 17-point plan or policy suggestion that like the teachers and the parents had given together. So I think, Bridget, if you could, obtain that, or if you have that, and see what we could do, like, let's start triaging what we can do immediately in the building based on that. And I don't know if you have that. And then, sorry, that's all. Thank you.
Administration?
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services, of course, we could do that.
Okay, thank you. Director Zambor?
Thank you, Chair Simpson. And I'm going to try not to cough. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude by like stepping off. I just keep getting this itch in my throat. So I also share concerns about, the shared governance challenges. I mean, if we don't get a handle on this, it probably already is impacting students. So we definitely want to continue down the path. I mean, I like the plan. I like the action plan. One thing that I'm still worried about, and I don't know if I have regrets about it, but I think I am still worried about the teacher, like the fact that we, kind of got rid of the teacher co-op. And so I hear that we're saying we'll make sure there's teacher voice in the agenda, but that's still not like shared governance. And so when we're putting together this plan, making sure that we're baking into these steps, having like real democracy, not just like people being able to say something. Like, we want there to be shared governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Administration?
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. I just want to make sure everybody, it's clear that the teacher co-op still exists. I think another part of that action step is trying to figure out how our department can really support that process and work with that teacher co-op to be that liaison, I guess is the word, to help bridge that gap between them and the school governance board.
Thank you. Yes, because we went from the teacher led to, yes, thank you for the clarification.
Right. Director Gokul Gandhi?
And I'm wondering, OBG, do you have any governance best practices or things, that we could just share with contracted school services on like, standard meeting agendas, or how do you implement best practices for a true democratic process to occur and get feedback and allow for a diverse set of voices that might be diverging to like be present in sort of a structured environment like that?
Dr. Owen Moore?
Chair Simpson, Director Gokul Gandhi, members of the board. We are always happy to help in any way we can. The governing boards of charter schools are independent of us, and so it really is up to them to reach out to us, but I know that the chair of their governing board had at least once reached out to us with questions, and so we're always happy to help in any way we can.
Thank you. Administration?
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. So Works through CISA can also come and help support governing boards as well. So we can reach out to that team. And I think they already have. I think they've done some work with them, but we can have them come to and help provide some of that support as well. They're more than willing to do that.
Thank you.
I have one.
Direct-
Oh,
oh,
sorry.
go
I just
ahead.
have one more
Director
follow-up.
Director
In that
Gokul.
plan, I would really love to see like really clear goals. So like in this month, we are going to accomplish this, this, and this. And this month, we are going to accomplish this, this, and this. Because I think sometimes what happens, again, going back to the point of accountability, is we say, we want to improve the culture over the next 6 months. Well, like, that's what we said 6 months ago, and like, here we are. And so what are those really, like, Bridget, when you come back, it would be lovely to see like really clear 1A, 1A, 2, 1A, 2, 3, like just, I want to be able to sit with a rubric and check off, okay, we invited all parents, communications went out 3 different ways, 25% of staff was present. Like, what are those metrics that are going to lead to clear accountability measures that then turn this situation around?
Thank you. Director Ferguson?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm kind of getting tired of saying this, but being the new kid on the block, so to speak, I just want a little bit more context about as a teacher co-op, so it sounds like you're saying that that is still in place. And it seems just a little fuzzy to me. So is there a teacher co-op in place, or is the school traditional in that it has a principal or administrator model like most of the other schools?
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. So as a charter school, Alba is unique. Previously, they were a teacher-led model, and they also had a teacher co-op. And the teacher co-op is the group of educators that come together to look at data, to make decisions, and propose that to their school governance board or whoever, the school leader, to take action and see if that can be implemented. And I see this kind of working in tandem with their school improvement plan as well, right? Like we're looking at data, we're seeing that we might need X, Y, and Z happen. It could be that they're looking at curriculum and making some kind of decision based off of that, but that's still the group of educators, a group of teachers that come together to meet and provide a plan or proposal that they can present for action to be taken by that school community.
Director Ferguson, follow-up?
Okay, so so I'm understanding correctly then. So we kind of have a quasi situation going on where we have some co-op, teacher co-op, and then some like classic administrator going on.
Yeah. Administration.
Yeah, so to give you a little bit of, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services, Chair Simpson, Director Ferguson. It's quasi maybe, but it's moving from a teacher-led model to an administratively led model. I think there's some confusion just kind of in what does that presentation look like then, right? So we're kind of in limbo, so hoping that we can bridge some of those gaps so that communication is clear, it's transparent, and you can take action on it, right? So.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead, Director.
Okay, so in a principal-led model, do you typically see a teacher co-op too, or is that a part, or is that present because we're in sort of like a transformation or a transition period?
Administration.
Yeah, so their contract has always been a teacher co-op. So they've always had this community of educators that review that. But as a teacher-led model, I believe the leader was always a part of that. But moving now to a principal-led model, I think there's just some confusion, if that makes sense. So I think there's just needs some clarity on how things were, and then where are we moving forward with a different leadership. But as Mr. Harris and Mr. Galvan said earlier, is really around shared leadership, right? So we should be encompassing a shared leadership model anyways in our schools so that we have voice from all of our stakeholders.
Director Ferguson?
I agree. That should be a standard for all schools. But to be perfectly honest, it just feels a little like we're sending mixed signals. It's either we want the school to be this model or we want the school to be that model. And I think quite evidenced by what we're experiencing tonight, that direction is not so clear as it might be to us up here or to you guys in central office, because it looks to me like this lack of clarity is causing a great school to experience something not so great.
Administration.
Yeah, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schock, Director of Contract to School Services. I think this is where the school leader, or not the school leader, my apologies, the staff, in that talking about shared leadership, the decision to move to an administratively led was by their school governance board without any input from their teachers and staff. And I think that's where the hiccup is right now. So we have to figure out a way to move past that and move forward, because you're right. Our job is to educate students and making sure that they get the best that they get and what they deserve.
Follow-up, Director Ferguson?
Yeah, just one final thing. I've seen in my career outside of MPS, I've seen things sort of like this before, and some restorative justice models were very helpful in that space to get everybody on the same page and to unify the organization. And so that might be something you may want to look into, how restorative practices could heal the divide that's happening in that community right now.
Administration?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Bridget Schack, Director of Contracted School Services, Director Ferguson, I love that idea. We will take that back and work with our restorative practice team to see if we can bring some, I think some healing needs to happen. You're absolutely right. And that was part of our first meeting in December as well, is talking about how do we heal from this. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And put that on the rubric
rubric
too, that you did those circles.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other committee members? Right, I just have a final little comment to make before we take a vote, because we have a motion that needs some attention. Thank you, Director Ferguson, for bringing that up, because I was going to say, like, some type of listening circle or something needs to happen. So thank you for bringing that up. The importance of shared leadership can't be overstated. I mean, I think during our time in the board, I think one of the things that probably all of us hear over and over and over again is sort of like staff crying for that type of a model, and we're supposed to have it in our districts. So just kind of like, where is the accountability for that to make sure that that's happening, because we often hear it's not. And then just, that idea of culture and climate, sometimes that's really hard to put into a rubric, and we can, talk about what the model looks like, but that doesn't always get at what it feels like. Like, I feel like I'm being bullied or intimidated or harassed. And so I think that has to be something that is really at the forefront of any kind of a plan moving forward. And in terms of reporting, I mean, I was in a school where there was a little bit of that going on, and it's really hard to kind of feel like I'm going to call central office and report this. That is very intimidating. I know how I felt as a teacher. It wasn't directed at me, but it was going on in the building, and I was the BR at the time, and it was just like, it was really frightening. And so I'm just hearing from the school community, that there are layers of issues, be it language barriers or the need for having a reference, from administration. So that process is very intimidating. So I think to just acknowledge that in the work moving forward, that, sometimes an email to a board member is easier than reaching out to central office. So I just wanted to say that, just my 2 cents. And then I do believe if we don't have any further discussion, that we have a motion we need to vote on.
On Director Leonard's motion to direct administration to develop and implement a targeted support plan that directly addresses governance and school climate concerns at Alba. This plan must provide clear accountability measures and timelines to ensure meaningful progress. Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Chair Simpson?
Aye.
That's 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Garcia, for bringing that forward and joining us for our committee for that important motion. Really appreciate your input. With that, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is report with possible action on the results from the National Assessment. Nope.
Yep, we're
switched it.
shifting. Yep, we sure did.
The next item is report with possible action on ambitious instruction. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, the item before you tonight is a report on our ambitious instruction plan. With me is Chrissy Washington and Dr. John Hill to share this report. Following, I'll be prepared to answer any questions you may have. There it is.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and members of the committee. My name is Chrissy Washington, Early Learning Manager, and I am sharing this presentation on behalf of Dr. Felicia Saffold, Senior Director of Curriculum Instruction. With me is Dr. John Hill, Director of College and Career Readiness. And in this presentation, we'll give an update on the progress we have been making with Ambitious Instruction, showcasing curriculum enhancements, highlighting key achievements, and identifying impactful, promising practices.
Good evening. This presentation is guided by our 5 priorities of success with a focus on increasing academic achievement and accountability and developing our staff. Got that? With Ambitious Instruction, our goal is to create an engaging learning environment that develops individual presence and fosters student voice, academic excellence, equity, and joy. This aligns with our academic standard of care and the MPS strategic plan. One of our key initiatives this year focuses on improving ACT outcomes. We are excited about the collaboration between our college and career readiness staff and our curriculum and instruction staff in developing an ACT performance improvement plan. This initiative examines ambitious instruction through the lens of career and technical education, aiming to maximize explicit instruction and boost student outcomes by fostering alignment between math, English language arts, science, and career and technical education teachers. We are working to ensure students meet and exceed performance standards. Beginning of second semester, career and technical education teachers started to collaborate with English language arts, mathematics, and science teachers to teach lessons aimed at improving ACT scores. The lessons focus on specific ACT topics in science, math, and English language arts. Science specifically focuses on interpretation of data. Math, integrating essential skills and modeling, and English language arts, argumentative writing. This initiative is in response to MPS not meeting the state target for proficiency on the ACT exam for math, science, and English language arts for career and technical education concentrators, who essentially had the same proficiency rate as the non-career and technical education concentrators. A career and technical education concentrator is defined by the Department of Public Instruction as a student earning 1 credit or more in a specific CTE pathway. This is powerful because it brings the CTE teachers together with the core content teachers who are subject matter experts in order to reinforce the knowledge and skills needed in the different instructional environment, teaching mode, and/or content area. This initiative works specifically with the students in grades 9, 10, and 11, and will continue next year. For your information, the testing window for the ACT and pre-ACT are as follows. March 12th is the ACT exam for students in grade 11, and April 8th is the pre-ACT exam for students in grades 9 and 10. The Office of Academic Staff will assist school staff in proctoring these exams. Project Lead the Way is another powerful example of the impact of ambitious instruction by emphasizing explicit, rigorous teaching combined with an engaging, hands-on, problem-solving approach. Project Lead the Way is in 34 schools with over 170 teachers reaching approximately 9,000 students across all grade bands. The program is designed to prepare students for careers in STEM fields science, technology, engineering, and math, and to develop their critical thinking, problem-solving, and communication skills. Through its hands-on problem-solving approach, students can deepen and apply core content knowledge and skills in meaningful ways.
As part of Ambitious Instruction, we have focused extensively on building foundational skills for our youngest learners to ensure they start strong as successful readers. It should be noted that this is not a new focus for us. We have been intentional about strengthening early literacy learning and environments. One example being letters training. A conversation started as early as 2022 about getting this training for our coaches. And the idea sprang from information about the Mississippi model, where the Mississippi's literacy outcomes have been transformed, and the indicator has been that letters training has been beneficial, and evidence has been provided by increased NAEP scores as early as 2017. Our goal has always been high-quality instruction and measurable student outcomes. One effort helping us meet this goal is through training. We began training educators in the Early Childhood Environmental Rating Scale, ECERS, and the Classroom Assessment Scoring System, CLASS, well before Act 20. Our focus has been on building teacher capacity with ongoing professional development, strengthening classroom environments, and improving student engagement with developmentally appropriate practice. The research is clear. High-quality early childhood education directly impacts long-term academic success. And with these two tools of quality, ECERS and CLASS assessments have shown measurable improvements in instructional quality, classroom environments, and student-teacher interactions. A few years ago, we began using ECERS to assess and improve the quality of our early childhood classrooms. This research-based tool is widely used to evaluate learning environments and teacher-child interactions. One of the key subscales of ECERS is language and literacy, with some of the focuses being on expanding vocabulary, encouraging children to utilize books, and become familiar with print. As evidenced by the information on the slide, positive strides have been made in fostering strong language and literacy skills in our early learners. Research shows that a score of 3.4 or higher is the threshold associated with better language and cognitive outcomes for students. Moving forward, our focus remains on continuous improvement, ensuring our early learning programs provide the strongest foundation for student success. As you heard last month, we recognize the challenges in reading performance, but are encouraged by the clarity of our needs and the strategic steps we're taking to address them. We know that the recent NAEP scores show that our performance is down in reading and math, and that the scores for reading and math are down nationwide. Also, it's important to consider the pandemic's lasting impact on early literacy. Fourth graders tested in 2024 were kindergartners at the onset of the pandemic, missing critical foundational instruction. Despite these setbacks, we are confident that our targeted interventions and instructional strategies will lead to improvements in future NAEP assessments. A key initiative to improve the reading and performance has been the school improvement plans now being directly aligned with Ambitious Instruction's reading goals and strategies, ensuring a unified focus on high-quality teaching practices. Every MPS school is engaged in either an explicit instruction or a formative practices pathway, marking the first time these instructional priorities have been so closely integrated within a school improvement plan. To ensure our schools are successful with their plans, we're providing teacher and school supports. As communicated last month's reading report, these efforts have included ongoing professional development, coaching, a unified tutoring approach, as well as a common curriculum and assessment, and finally, a focus on family engagement with a parent engagement collaborative initiative. Overall, these strategic efforts ensures a focused, sustainable path to literacy success. Similarly, for math, we believe The work we are doing now will have a lasting impact on future NAEP scores and overall student success. It should be noted, while math performance has declined nationally since 2019, our recent NAEP data shows no further decline for our 4th and 8th graders. NAEP math assessments emphasize students' ability to justify and explain their thinking. Our newly adopted high-quality instructional materials feature embedded structures and routines that allow all students to contribute to mathematical discourse and ensure students engage deeply in mathematical reasoning. Furthermore, our robust professional development initiative is empowering teachers with content knowledge and instructional strategies needed to foster student success. For example, the implementation of oracy paragraphs in our math elementary classrooms ensures a consistent approach to teaching academic vocabulary. Thus, by aligning professional learning and curricular coherence, we're building the foundation for long-term improvements in student performance, ensuring that our students are prepared not just for the NAEP assessment, but for real-world mathematics application and success. One of the things that we've been able to do with ambitious instruction is to enhance collaboration between and within departments. To improve reading proficiency district-wide, we recognize the importance of integrating reading across all content areas. We are pleased to report increased intentionality of literacy integration in both science and social studies. In social studies, students are practicing literacy skills through formative practices like CABS. The team collaborated with the research and assessment departments to create standards-aligned assessments linked to forward exams item analysis. Additionally, students in grades 6, 7, 8, and 10 engage in reading and writing with document-based questions, DBQs, that blends literacy development with social studies content. In science, the department has integrated literacy strategies to enhance learning by including reading and writing strategies such as read-alouds, HMH books, and lab reports. While reading and writing has been embedded in other content areas, we've also made significant changes to expectations for students to have explicit writing instruction. All of these initiatives focuses on improving student outcomes through data-driven instruction, teacher support, and literacy integration. Finally, through the use of instructional technology tools like Adobe Express and Book Creator, we emphasize our ambitious instruction levers of student engagement and formative assessment. We are engaging students in enabling creative demonstrations of their understanding, moving students beyond basic recall to higher level thinking. These tools also serve as powerful formative assessment measures, and it should be noted that following professional development sessions, we've observed increased usage and growing teacher interest in these tools. Students across all grade levels are leveraging these tools in innovative ways. For example, as the slide is shown, top picture, Bayview students are using their school's collaborative learning lab for their AP seminar course, where they engage in academic research on a topic of their choosing. The picture bottom right are of Kluge's 4th graders completing the 12 days of creativity, showcasing Adobe Express graphics, videos, and artificial intelligence work in Book Creator. And finally, the picture bottom left is of Maryland Avenue's kindergarten students using an interactive flat panel to co-create a book in Book Creator with the librarian.
As we aim to enhance our impact through ambitious instruction, we continue to focus on monitoring quality, teaching, and learning while supporting explicit instruction, formative practices, and student engagement. Analyzing district-wide data revealed inequities in school outcomes, prompting the development of an innovative support framework. Teaming in equitable education, coaching, and holistic support, or TEACHES. A district leadership team convened to establish a district-wide problem of practice for academics and behavior, alongside what's called a root cause analysis and theory of action, aligned with each school's continuous school improvement plan. As part of our equitable and holistic approach, TEACHES collaborates with identified schools to create tailored goals. Each collaboration begins with what's called a calibration process that includes classroom observations, data analysis, and importantly, staff and student input. Following this, a team of aligned needs, or TAN, is assembled, comprising of members from various departments to address the school's specific identified needs. The team members visit the school weekly, providing hands-on support to students, staff, and administrators. Progress and support efforts are logged, and as of January 15th, 2025, we have 185 entries thus far. While it is still too early to measure the full impact quantitatively, initial qualitative feedback indicates we are on the right track. Principals have reported positive experiences with having dedicated support in their buildings. These efforts will continue to be closely monitored throughout the year, with specific outcomes aligned to each school's continuous school improvement plan. By year end, we expect to have a comprehensive data set to evaluate the program's effectiveness. Thank you. This concludes our presentation, and we are now able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And I see we have a speaker slip. Could I please have Quentin Claiborne come forward to the mic? Ooh.
Hello, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N. I just wanted to briefly be annoying on the great discussion about a month ago on reading and mathematics. There was great discussion about letters progress, which was also mentioned here. This is the training to get teachers a little bit better training to teach literacy for kids, at least the kindergarten through third graders. It was all great sounding, and then there was a weird part at the end where they said that the teachers were through Unit 1, Part 1, which would be not very far at all. I was thinking they would be all the way through Unit 1, starting on Unit 2, and then hopefully moving into Unit 3 and 4 through first and second semester next year. And then my hope was that perhaps instead we could speed through and get Units 3 and 4 done this summer so that we'd be prepared for next school year. So I sent an email on January 17th to Dr. Owen Moore and Dr. Evans, just asking, could you just clarify, how far exactly were you through Unit 1? Because everything else will be unlocked once, and progress could actually get going beyond just the nudges mentioned on NAEP to actual really fast forward progress once teachers are fully complete with it. So I was hoping that someone would be able to answer either by email or here how far the majority of teachers are through letters. It was awesome to hear that Lowell had teachers all the way 100% through, which is incredible news, but was hoping that that was somewhat true for all the schools at MPS so that kids can read. Thanks.
Thank you. Committee members, do you wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
Sort of to mirror that, yeah, I have the same questions. One, how far along are we? I thought I saw some data somewhere, and I apologize for it. I'm looking for it, and I couldn't find it. Something about 83% of our teachers are trained in letters, but I'm assuming that means exactly what? And then I am going to be visiting a classroom tomorrow for looking at the counting collections. I really have to see it for me. These presentations are very academic, but when I get into the actual buildings, it's good to see actually how many people are actually doing this. And then I'm going to bring up one other concern, and this is something that was just worth mentioning, and I guess I'll put it in this agenda item here. What are we going to do we have a significant number of teachers that transfer, 5th grade down to 3rd grade, all over the place. What happens when that 5th grade teacher, 4 years from now, transfers down to 2nd grade and they don't have letters training, or they haven't been doing the counting collections? Because that creates a gap. Most buildings have 2 grades per level. They have 2 first grades, 2 second grades, right? I just want to bring that up. And I'm not saying I'm expecting you to have a solution right here on the spot, but I think it's something that we have to be keenly aware of, because the more I look at how we do things at MPS, it's a large district with a lot of challenges, but I think we have to start looking down the road and making sure that we have these situations covered so that we don't have those gaps, and that's my concern. Anyway, thank you.
Administration, any follow-up regarding Director Leonard's concerns and questions?
Chair Simpson, Director Leonard, members of the committee, in regards to, and forgive me if I'm wrong or didn't get the question there, but in regards to teachers who have been trained in letters, again, the district has offered that training, and some of those things are done during those non-student days, and then there's portions which teachers do during their own time, and then there's check-ins throughout. I don't have that total memorized, but we can certainly provide that to you. Oh, maybe we can.
We have someone coming through the doors who's just ready to answer.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims Howell, Chief Academic Officer. As Superintendent Galvan began to say, we have 2 cohorts. We had one, as Ms. Washington talked about, in 22. Many teachers, they completed it there, as one of the leaders spoke about today at Lowell School. Then the section that we started as cohort 1 this year, that is complete up until, and actually they completed, when Dr. Evans gave her presentation, they had completed Unit 1. By the end of the school year, they will have completed the first section of Unit 2. That will be one cohort. They will continue to have their trainings next school year to complete Unit 2, 3, and 4. We also will begin a new cohort because we have new hires that come into the district. And as Director Leonard asked about, well, what do we do when people change from 5th to 2nd, those kind of things, they will be included in those cohorts. And as we move forward, we won't have cohorts, but we'll have refreshers, we'll have opportunities for teachers who are new to the district to learn the letters training, same thing with counting collections and any of the other new textbook adoptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mims Howell. Director Leonard, any follow-up questions?
So one, thank you. That actually gives me some clarity. In the counting collections, we're just starting this. Am I right? This is our new curriculum?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, Director Leonard, members of the committee. Good try, Director Leonard. However, we have been doing counting collections for a few years now. What we started with, again, a small cohort of schools, and we've been expanding it. So our current math teacher leaders and math specialists go into the schools and do it hands-on with the teacher in the classroom, demonstrating and modeling it with the students in the rooms.
Director Leonard.
I feel like I'm really missing that one, but I apologize. And then the last thing is, and this is, are we keeping a record? I guess I should ask this question. Is there people keeping a record, like DPI, are they keeping a record of those that are trained? Is there some kind of record of that?
Anyone from administration?
Director Simpson, Chair Simpson, Director Leonard, members of the committee, Jennifer Mims Howell, Chief Academic Officer. So Milwaukee Public Schools is keeping a record through our LMS system, which is our learning management system. So each teacher that is trained, that takes any professional development, but you're speaking specifically of letters and of counting collections, that's all housed in our learning management system. When DPI does request, because we all have to report the letters training and the completion to them, we will have that information in a report form for them.
Any follow-up, Director Leonard?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right. Director Ferguson?
Just a quick question for Jennifer Mims Howell. You said that with the county collections, you started in a small cohort of schools. And I was wondering if you had any academic gains that you can share from what you guys have been doing in those schools.
Jennifer Mims Howell.
Sure. Chair Simpson, Director Ferguson, members of the committee. What I can do is I can prepare some data for you showing what we had prior to counting collections, and then when we started up until this year's progress, I can gather that information and have it to you before full board.
Director Ferguson, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Two things. County Collections, Dr. Hedges did present at our last SASE meeting and did present some data, so you can go back to that meeting to see the slideshow as well. I cannot wait for you to see Accounting Collections in real life. You know, I love a rubric, and one of my favorite parts of the Accounting Collections is that you literally, with the curriculum, you see the progression of that child and what they're learning and what those competencies are as they progress in the Accounting Collections. You literally can point and say, oh, this curriculum has basically led this child to understand numeracy in this way in phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3, and it's so fabulous. And we actually had the opportunity to take Dr. Hedges and her team to the National Association of the Education of the Young Child Conference, where she presented this curriculum. And when these early childhood educators from across the country got a hold of that rubric, I was getting emails weeks later saying, this is crazy. I'm using this in my grandchild's life or in my niece or nephew's life. And so the application of that rubric is so accessible that you can take that out of the classroom and a parent can monitor their child's numeracy goals like at home through whatever they have. As you know, I'm a big Counting Collections fan, so I just wanted to let you know that those things are very cool.
She has a T-shirt that she wears sometimes. Any further questions or comments by members of the board? All right, just checking my notes. That's okay. All right, we're good. Okay, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, next item is a report with possible action on the results from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, this evening we are reporting the results from the National Assessment on Educational Progress, NAEP. With me is Dr. Natalie Collins and Mr. Latterman. Following this presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. Dr. Collins.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Dr. Natalie Collins, Director of Research Assessment and Data, and I'm joined tonight by Bob Latterman, Manager of Assessment and Data. We're presenting you with the results of the most recent administration of the National Assessment of Educational Progress, otherwise referred to as NAEP. The district's 5 priorities for success guide our efforts to improve outcomes for all students. In alignment with increasing academic achievement and accountability, these NAEP results highlight areas of progress and opportunities for growth to better support student success. Additionally, the NAEP results directly relate to the student achievement portion of our strategic plan, and these results help us assess progress towards the target. NAEP is the only assessment used to measure what students in the United States know and can do in multiple subject areas across the nation, within states and some urban school districts. Results of the NAEP are reported as the nation's report card and became available to the public in late January. MPS participates in NAEP as part of the Trial Urban District Assessment, also referred to as TUDA, with our first year of participation being 2009. Through the TUDA program, we allow for a larger portion of our schools and students to be sampled during the testing process, which then provides us with the opportunity to receive our own district-level results and work collaboratively with other TUDA districts in the analysis and comparison of each other's data. The NAEP test took place last school year between the months of January and March and was administered digitally through NAEP-provided tablets. Selected 4th and 8th grade students across our sampled schools were tested in either mathematics or reading. Because of the sampling process, not all students in the district are tested, and some students with disabilities and English learners are excluded based on eligibility criteria. I will now hand it off to my colleague, Bob Latterman.
Bob Latterman, Manager of Assessment and Data. To provide some context for the 2024 NAEP results, it's worth considering where our students were during the 2019-20 school year, which was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our current 8th grade students were in 4th grade when schools were forced to close, and our current 4th grade students were in kindergarten at that time. Results from the 2022 NAEP assessments coming out of the pandemic were highlighted by dramatic decreases in academic performance across the nation. As we will see in a moment, our 2024 NAEP results point towards potentially even more long-term effects on student learning that could not have been predicted 2 or 4 years earlier. First, we will look at the changes in performance from 2022 to 2024 for Wisconsin. All in all, students in Wisconsin did not experience statistically significant changes compared to 2022, with one exception being the performance of 8th grade students at the 75th percentile in mathematics. Shifting our focus to MPS, we see a slightly different story. While there is no significant change in student performance in grade 4 and grade 8 math, as well as grade 8 reading, we saw a significant decline in grade 4 reading as reported through the average scale score and student performance at the 25th percentile, indicating a widening of the gap between our low and high performing students. When we analyze our long-term trends going back further than just 2022, our current 4th and grade 8 math performance is significantly lower than it was in 2019 before the COVID pandemic, as well as significantly lower than what it was in our first year of NAEP in 2009. Grade 4 reading is in a similar place, being significantly lower than both the 2019 and 2009 results. Only grade 8 reading has remained relatively stable over time, with the current performance not significantly different than 2019 or as far back as 2009. Considering our student demographics, no significant changes were observed in scores compared to 2022 across race, gender, economic status, students with disabilities, and English learners in grade 4 and grade 8 math, as well as grade 8 reading. The only significant difference was observed in grade 4 reading for both male and female students, as well as economically disadvantaged students. As we mentioned earlier, through our participation in NAEP as a TUDA, we get the opportunity to see our students perform relative to other large urban school districts. This table provides a general overview of our student achievement in MPS, as reported by the average NAEP scale score, and where it falls relative to the state of Wisconsin, all large cities across the country, and the other 25 participating TUDA districts. Our scores are in the middle column of the table, with the comparative average scores for Wisconsin and large cities to the left. When comparing our performance to other TUDAs, we have noted the number of districts whose score is either significantly higher than MPS, significantly lower than MPS, or similar to MPS. NAEP results could also be broken down by the percentage of students falling within each NAEP achievement level. Starting with our 4th grade data, it is clear to observe the dramatic shift in percentages starting in 2022 within math, with only slight changes happening in 2024. However, in 4th grade reading, there is more of a gradual change that can be seen going back several years, in which there is a decrease in the percentage of students scoring proficient and an increase in the percentage of students scoring below basic. And when we look at the 8th grade data, we can see how our distribution of students across the achievement levels is relatively the same compared to 2022 in both math and reading. Going back to 2017, we observed some increases in the percentage of students below basic in reading, while math shows a slightly similar pattern to what we saw in our 4th grade students, in that the percent proficient is decreased and the percent below basic has increased. NAEP provides a lot of insight into our student achievement. And in addition to what the overall results are telling us, we've noted some additional key findings through our analysis. To start, MPS is experiencing similar trends to Wisconsin and the rest of the nation, where scores for our highest performing students have shown some stability over time, but scores for our lowest performing students have been in decline, resulting in a widening of the achievement gap within our student population. When digging deeper into the student attendance elements, unsurprisingly, we found that the student performance suffers with the more days of school missed. However, the degree of that impact in some ways was alarming. For example, within reading, students who reported missing as few as 3 days of school within a month have significantly lower scores than students without absences. In other words, students missing school only 1 day a week over the course of a few weeks have significantly lower achievement than their peers. With each passing year, we are still seeing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and disruptions to traditional student learning have had on student achievement, highlighted by our grade 4 reading performance, especially considering the fact that those students were in kindergarten during the spring of 2020. While some areas have remained unchanged since 2022, there is no clear indication of a recovery to performance as it was in 2019 or earlier. And while we can clearly see the pandemic as having a significant impact on student achievement in recent years, looking back at the results from past years shows a trend of steady decline in Milwaukee that started prior to 2019, in particular with our grade 4 reading and math scores. Lastly, we continue to see large gaps in performance across most of our student racial and demographic groups, which aligns with what we see across other data sets. However, where we see a decrease in performance and a widening of gaps amongst several demographic groups, some improvements were noted in grade 8 reading for our English learners. Dr. Collins is going to speak to our next steps.
So some of the next steps we have in addressing the NAEP data is that the district's performance on NAEP is a sign that we must remain steadfast in our efforts to improve student achievement and outcomes. Regular attendance in school is critical to student learning, and we've seen this highlighted in the national results since their release last month. Within our own data, we found significant differences in student performance based on attendance, as low as missing only 3 days of school within a month, or 1 day of school a week. We currently have about half of our students who attend school regularly, which is defined as 90% attendance or better. While we have seen some improvements this year in our attendance data, continued efforts are needed to ensure students get to school on a regular basis. With recent textbook adoptions in reading and mathematics taking place in the last couple of years, any impact from those changes would not be evident in this set of NAEP results. We can hope that with time, we will be able to use the NAEP results in future years to help measure the impact of changes to the curriculum. Additionally, we're currently in the midst of several changes to how we teach and support students with their reading as part of the implementation of Act 20. Given our reading results, the timing of these changes are crucial. It is clear why student achievement must be a focus of the district efforts moving forward, as evident in our district strategic plan. Lastly, with all these efforts, time is needed with our staff to train and implement. That concludes our presentation, and at this time, we would take any questions.
Thank you. We do have one speaker slip, and that is Quentin Claiborne, so please come forward.
Hello, Quentin Claiborne, K-L-A-B-O-N. As you know, Wisconsin scored 31st in reading and 19th in mathematics on the 2024 NAEP, adjusted for demographics. Milwaukee had 9% of students college ready in reading and 73% below grade level, and mathematics was worse. But unlike a lot of people, I am not saying this to wallop you. You up front and you in the back know you face many challenges. You know our children face even more titanic challenges. But you also know Milwaukee Public Schools can be doing a lot better in the face of those challenges. I wanted to make that fact real for you. NAEP released all of its questions and how Milwaukee students answered them. I encourage Officer Mims Howell to print them all out for you to review, including for the board members who are not here. Here are 4 of them. These are from 8th graders who were 6 months from starting high school. There's a sequence that runs 1, 4, 7, 10, and the possible answers are all in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Which number is in the sequence? 48% of 8th graders got it wrong. There's a clock with 8 sides. What's the name of the shape? That was the question. 51% of 8th graders got it wrong. Students read a 2-page article about vertical farming. The 3rd paragraph says, due to population growth, researchers say enough arable land will not exist for that much agriculture. The question was, why do proponents say vertical farming must be developed by 2050? 59% of 8th graders got it wrong. Last, in that article, it says, vertical farming was a fanciful notion only a few years ago. Given the context, what does fanciful mean? 64% of 8th graders got it wrong. Remember those sad facts. Let them motivate and refocus you. Whenever you on staff have some interpersonal conflict among leadership, remember that half our high schoolers don't know what an octagon is. If you on the board want to do something great for kids, but worry that it might anger the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, remember half our high schoolers can't count by 3s. If you are not sure how urgent it is to address and return to problems to check in on progress, remember 2/3 of our high schoolers can't guess what a 3-syllable word means. Nothing else matters but changing those realities. Orient yourselves around reversing them. I know you truly care. Be bold. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any virtual speakers?
We do not.
Thank you. Do committee members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gokul Gandhi.
Just one comment. So Chalkbeat had a really great article about Mississippi's NAEP scores. I'm sure that has been the talk of your town for the last couple months. I just want to, as a counting collections proponent, right, like fundamentally what they've done there is focus so heavily on early literacy. And we've seen, part of the reason I really love counting collections is when we had that National Science Foundation grant, whatever years ago, we saw that, advances in math led to advances in reading. And so I hope that we really think about focusing on our youngest learners, because like by the time they're in 8th grade, it's too late. Really, even by the time they're in 3rd grade, it's too late. And so just reading this data, I think if we can think about like, what does the next 5 years look like for our youngest kids? I don't know. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that, like what you're thinking around that and how we look at from a data perspective, like who do we focus on?
Thank you very much. Administration, any feedback?
Director Simpson, Chair Simpson, Director Gulgandi, members of the committee. Yes, is a short answer to a very complicated question, right? So, again, part of it is Act 20, part of it is counting collections, part of it is that professional development piece for the new curriculum as well, to build some of that consistency. Also, as we look to more specifically working with our research and development and our curriculum teams to identify. So earlier on when we spoke about Lowell, for example, that was it wasn't mentioned maybe as clearly as it could have been, but when Lowell fails to meet expectations, there were members from research and development that worked with the school to work on how to identify the data and then adjust practice to meet that. I think that's kind of where we've struggled quite a bit. And it takes, obviously, a concerted effort and a lot of different groups working together to make that happen. So that's, in essence, kind of a blueprint and a model of when we think of these things, how do we replicate them? How do we make them scalable to a district of our size? And so that is part of our conversation. Another thing that I think will pay dividends is, kind of a refocus on a smaller number of things in terms of a lot of our SIP plans in the past have been very inclusive of everything, which is great, but it doesn't lead to a more focused agenda, so to speak, or a more lasered focus on what we need that is working. Earlier today, we touched a little bit about on teaches as just not necessarily directly academic when we first thought of it, but then as we expanded that, it's how do we work with culture and climate, which was talked about earlier, to help improve academics, and then measure that in a way that we can see whether or not what we're doing works, and adjust. And these are all things that seem intuitive, but we've struggled to do them. So I think some of the steps that we're taking will lead us there.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Gokul-Gandhi? Director Ferguson.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. So the first one is, when we close schools due to it being too hot or too cold, do we have a system in place for virtual instruction for our students?
Administration.
Director Simpson, Director Ferguson, members of the committee. The answer to that is no. We use that ability during the COVID. We do have Google Classrooms. We do have things where students can access that information. A lot of our technology tools are available to students at home through Clever, so that they do have access to it in that form. Part of our expansion of moving towards a virtual school will offer those opportunities as well. We'll certainly look into how we can make that happen as well, if need be in the future.
And your second question, Director Ferguson?
Yeah, I want to say that I asked that question because when we recently closed schools, I saw, casually scrolling on Facebook, and I saw MPS teachers celebrating no school, so it's like a free day, an off day, and I didn't like coming across that at all, especially when we're a district where we see the data, it doesn't lie. So if we have a chronic absentee problem, and we know that when students are not in school or not receiving that instruction, they're not receiving instruction, which contributes to what we saw and what we've reviewed today. So I would just be real interested to know, like, how are we, especially when considering the FY26 budget, are we considering that we need the option, we need every bit of instruction time that we can get as a district? And are we considering things like how many days have we closed schools because it was too hot, or we closed them because it's a snowstorm? And then what happens when that happens? How much instruction time do we lose? And then my second question, I was shocked to hear from parents during a recent school visit that their kids do not receive homework. And that sort of appalled me because I didn't know how we could justify students not receiving homework when they are performing so poorly on a national scale.
Administration?
Chair Steamson, Director Ferguson, members of the committee, to your first questions regarding virtual learning. Well, first, when it comes to school closure. So obviously, closing schools is only a consideration. I just say this for the public knowledge. It's one of the toughest decisions we have to make, right? Because we have to consider so many different factors. And I'm just, again, just so the public understands, whether or not our streets are going to be cleaned, whether or not we'll have enough drivers, whether or not, we'll be able to get our students to and from school safely, right? And again, I know that's not a direct question, but just to make that clear. And obviously, whether or not it's too hot in a building to have learning going on. So those are all things that we consider when we make that decision to close schools. In terms of education loss, obviously when a student is not in school, as we just shared, when they're not, for whatever reason, attendance impacts education. DPI, we have to track minutes of instruction based upon grade span, K through 5, 6 to 8, 9 through 12. And we have to have a certain number of minutes that reflect what DPI requires. When we don't have those minutes because we have had to close schools or whatever, then we in essence have to get that time back somehow, whether that's adding time to a school day, whether that's, taking back one of those days that's non-student contact, or adding days, whatever models we have to our avail to make sure that we have those instructional minutes met. And forgive me, the second question, I'm sorry.
Director Ferguson?
Oh, homework, I'm sorry,
Yes.
thank you. So a number of years ago, and just to clarify, it's not that homework isn't given, homework isn't a requirement. When there was a transition made a number of years ago to our standards-based grading and then reflecting upon different national data, there was a strong movement to move away from homework for a number of reasons. Some families were concerned because there was so much time after school dedicated to homework, sometimes an inability to support that homework at home. But to be clear, there is nothing that says that homework can't be given. It's, some concerns, again, around it went so far as, sometimes kids were carrying home books that were too heavy. I'm just sharing that, how we got to some of this. So again, there is always opportunity, even if it's not homework, for students to access programs and things online to get extra opportunities to reinforce, to do their own kind of work, to have access to that. And then we certainly have it consistently encouraged families to do so.
Follow-up, Director Ferguson?
Yes, so how is that working out?
In terms of homework or?
Yeah, in terms of it being optional for students to have homework and then them having access to all of this instructional material online that they can go to at any time. How are they doing it? Because in my world, homework equals practice. And according to every report, our students need practice. And so if we're not going to mandate homework outside of school, I'm just wondering how is it working out? I mean, as superintendent, are you comfortable with your students not having practice outside of school hours being mandatory?
Administration.
Obviously, excuse me, Director Seamson, Director Ferguson, members of the committee. Again, reflecting on my own experiences growing up, whereas, yes, homework was mandatory. Homework was something that was an expectation. Again, I do believe that homework is of value. I do believe that practice is of value. What that looks like, we can certainly have discussions about. And, when we talk about mandate, the only thing that concerns me sometimes is what about that student that then doesn't do it or can't do it? And I think in past practice, sometimes that can become kind of punitive. That goes to some of those concerns we have about sometimes equity when, if you don't have that support system, right? I was fortunate or unfortunate, depending on who you ask. My parents made sure that homework was done, right? But not every student may have that opportunity, right? And then it becomes kind of, well, let's pretend in that situation I don't have that. And then, I come to school and my homework hasn't been done, and not necessarily, kids are kids, right? You might not want to do it. Other things are more important. If there's nobody there to kind of guide you in that direction, then you come to school and, you haven't gotten your homework done, and it's mandatory, right? So then it becomes, so I in concept, I do believe that practice is vitally important, and it should be occurring. And how we execute that, especially given some circumstances, is a little bit challenging.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to understand. Again, I'm new to this space, so I forgive me if I ask questions that everybody else knows the answer to already. I don't. So I'm kind of learning how to swim in the Atlantic here. So my next question is, our decision not to give students homework or mandate homework for students, are we following some kind of national best practice? Or is it a law that says that we can't mandate homework? I just want to understand a little bit better how we arrived at the decision as a district not to mandate homework for students.
Administration.
Chair Seamson, Director Ferguson. Again, I would be not completely transparent to say I wasn't part of those conversations. However, what I can say is that at that time, as I discussed, there was, and there still may be, a large push to move away from mandating homework, from grading homework, for using those as ways to determine and measure student proficiencies and things of that nature. As for some of the reasons I had mentioned before, right, there was concerns about, carrying books that were so heavy. It was concerns about, if it wasn't done, would that be used then as a punishment sort of towards children? And I could be completely wrong here, but that was something that was discussed at the board level, and then some of those decisions, and forgive me because I don't know exactly how that all transpired, but there was board actions and board that said, we need to move away from some of those practices. So as a board, this can always be engaged again.
Thank you. Any follow-up? You like homework.
I just feel like our kids need the practice, and it's not really working out for them not to have that, to just show what they're receiving in class and only in class doesn't appear to be effective. And so I personally, this is just me, I don't like to be on losing teams. Our students, to me, are just as important as during the Super Bowl, the team that you're rooting for, how disappointed you are when your team doesn't win the championship or the Super Bowl. I'm not very athletic, so I don't even, that is the championship, right? So, okay, for me, it's like we have 70,000 kids on the field, and it feels like, we just looked at this. Of all of these other TUTA districts, number of TUTA districts performing significantly lower. Now, we're looking at the entire country, significantly lower than Milwaukee Public Schools. Grade 4 mathematics, 1. Out of the entire nation. Grade 8 mathematics, 1. The entire nation. Grade 4 reading, 0. The entire nation. Grade 8 reading, 2. The entire nation. That aggravates and angers me. And I'm not even being funny. This is not showmanship or anything. This is real life. And it's embarrassing as a district, as a director of a district that is right in this category. It's disheartening. It breaks my heart. It really does. And I'm looking at everything that we could do to bring this academic achievement up. And I think all of us should be outraged on this entire dais. Every single one of us should be extremely uncomfortable coming to work every day, and these are the results that we're getting. I'm just saying. But again, I'm the newest person on this platform, so I'm just speaking from my heart right now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Director Leonard, did you?
Yes. And I don't have any questions. Yeah, Director Ferguson, that's how I felt for quite a few years. But as a teacher, I had the advantage of making a difference. So it definitely takes commitment. And I did give my students homework, and it was middle school. And I had all kinds of incentives to use, because I do remember when we started moving away from there, when we started moving away from actually, okay, it's going to date me, but we used to do our report cards, we would handwrite them. Okay, so you could find different ways to actually grade students, and it actually did make a difference, because I could push them in 1,000 different ways to garner growth, and I was able to do that, even though they were in middle school. So to be honest with you, I do think we have to think really out of the box on this and get serious about it. I mean, when we're talking about reading, basic reading levels, and I just wanted to say this to, I agree wholeheartedly with what you said, Mr. Galvan. Those early childhood, I think we need to simplify what we do and put all of our effort into those basic reading and numeracy skills that have to be taught. Because once those skills are taught at that base level, you can see it take off when they get older. But if they can't read at all, and then you expect them to have comprehension levels in 3rd or 4th grade, and you're not going to see that, well, the very thought of critical thinking skills from reading is not even not even possible. You can't get there without that basic, that platform. So I think we need to go in that direction. I know we are going in that direction, but I would pursue it with everything you have, because we definitely have to change that situation.
Thank you, Director Gokul
And I just want to
Gandhi.
contextualize, the anger, right? And I hear you, we have responsibility for that, but also should be pointed at the state and the city, because, I'm sorry, putting police officers in our building really should not be the priority right now. The priority should be getting our kids to read, getting our teachers money to get trained on this, focusing on the core academic principles that make this district function. So when we want to be mad, there are powers above us who hold money and unlock a lot of influence that should be focusing on the right things. So I hear you, but my anger is directed at those people who really can fundamentally change what this district has access to and over and over and over again punish us. So, yeah, now I won't get angrier, but that's, yeah.
No, that's true. I remember as a classroom teacher, I wanted just more books in my classroom for kids to read, and I was just constantly told there's no money for that. And I was like, well, I'll write a grant. Well, people who are looking at grants aren't looking for just books in your room. They want other things. I'm like, but the kids need books. So, right, if we want our kids to succeed, let's focus on the right things. So as a district, if we can focus on, our early childhood program, I think that's a great initiative, and we can bring that back to the SASE committee down the road. We can have a conversation about that, but, just a real in-depth, look at exactly what we're doing with the early childhood program. Everybody can do counting collections. All right. Is there any further comment by any members of the committee? All right. Yes, Mr. Matt Chason.
Thank you, Chair Simpson, Matt Chason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. I think one of the challenges decision makers have in the academic space is the very varied and changing measuring sticks on academic performance. So I'm going to highlight this and then ask the administration to comment on something. So in 1819, the state report card had Milwaukee Public Schools rated with a quantitative score of 58.4, which met few expectations. This year for 23-24, 2 tenths lower, 58.2, but we now meet expectations. And over that same period, you can see the decline that's happened in our NAEP scores. And I just want to confirm that the NAEP standard for scoring is one that has not shifted over that time by comparison to the state accountability scores that have. Is that correct?
Administration?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Natalie Collins, Director of Research Assessment and Data, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chason. All right, any further comments? Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, and thank you for that update. No one likes to be the bearer of challenging news, so thank you very much. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Next item is report with possible action on gifted and talented identification and services. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Eduardo Galvan, Interim Superintendent. This evening's item on gifted and talented identification will be presented by Dr. John Hill. Following the presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Simpson, members of the committee. I am Dr. John Hill, Director of College Career Readiness, and I am joined by my colleague Bob Latterman, Manager of Assessment and Data. Tonight we will be presenting on the gifted and talented identification and services. I will now turn it over to Mr. Latterman.
When we look at the 5 priorities, this work focuses on increasing academic achievement and accountability and developing our staff. Gifted and talented identification and services fall within the student achievement portion of the strategic plan. As part of the district's process to identify potentially gifted students, we administer the Cognitive Abilities Test, a normed referenced assessment that measures learned reasoning abilities and problem-solving skills. The results help us understand a student's cognitive ability and how they learn, which in some ways is different than the academics taught in the classroom. Each year, all second grade students complete the COGAT screener during the month of November. Historically, our students' distribution of scores on the COGAT has looked different than the normal distribution of scores for second grade students across the country. After analysis of our data and trends, in 2022, we began updating the identification criteria and incorporating the use of local norms as a more representative point of comparison to best meet the needs of our students. We now utilize a two-phase identification process. Screener data using local norms and cut scores is first used to identify students demonstrating high, above average ability. These students are considered high ability, high potential, and are provided the opportunity to complete additional post-screener testing. Results of the additional testing are then used to identify students as gifted and talented if they meet the designated national criteria. Over the last 3 years, this updated process has resulted in an increase in the number of students eligible to receive targeted support and resources based on their advanced abilities. One of the goals in changing our identification process was to identify a group of students for support that is more representative of the district as a whole, and the data have shown that we have moved some of the numbers in the right direction. The pie chart on the left displays the racial breakdown of students identified as high ability, high potential for this school year's tested students. The table on the right shows additional demographic information for this group compared to the demographics of all second grade students in MPS. When we look at the same data for students identified as gifted and talented using nationally normed criteria, we can see how some of the numbers shift, with white students making up about half of those identified as gifted and talented, and slight decreases in some of the other demographic areas. And at this time, I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Hill to speak to how those students are serviced.
Again, Dr. John Hill, Director of College Career Readiness. TOPS, which stands for Teacher Observation of Potential in Students, is a tool that is used at 24 schools that were participants in Jobits grants to identify students who display gifted behaviors in creativity and leadership. The Jobits grants are federal grants allocated to improve gifted and talented education. You can see the growth in the identification over the past 7 years. The last bar is the total number of newly identified students from sustaining classrooms for the current academic year. This number is expected to increase in the coming months. We have updated the MPS Gifted Identification Guidelines for grades kindergarten through 8. Some of the highlights include expanding eligibility criteria using local norms, resulting in more students identified across more schools. Students can be identified as having gifted potential in academic and non-academic domains. Includes the use of culturally sensitive tools such as TOPS. Provides Tier 2 and 3 strategies for differentiation and instructional delivery methods for advanced learners. This graphic shows the services in a multi-level system of support or response to intervention approach. This includes recommended Tier 1, 2, and 3 enrichment interventions to accelerate learning and develop students' gifts and talents. Tier 1 typically services the whole class. Differentiation is provided by the teacher is an expectation in all classrooms. Tier 2, we think small group, may include instructional strategies such as curriculum compacting, which is the practice of pre-testing student knowledge of material before it is taught. Students mastering or nearly mastering that content then move on to more advanced level of difficulty. Another strategy is open-ended assignments, which provide students with questions and challenges that do not have a single right answer or outcome. The tasks may have timelines and a sequence of activities to be accomplished, but the outcomes will vary by each student. Tier 3, think individual student. These are acceleration services which may include single subject acceleration, so imagine a third grader going to a fourth grade classroom for math. Or for our 7th and 8th graders who are ready for high school courses, they may take an Edgenuity online course. They may also use something called ALEX, Assessment and Learning Knowledge in Knowledge Spaces. ALEX is a web-based, artificially intelligent assessment learning system. It uses adaptive questioning to quickly and accurately determine exactly what students know and don't know in a particular course. Another option is whole grade acceleration. That's when a child that may be in 2nd grade is moved to 3rd grade because they are accelerated. At this time, we will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Jill, do we have any public comments?
We have no
this
speakers
item?
on this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee members, do you wish to make comments or ask questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that report. And with that, Madam Jill, next, next item, please.
The next item is item 10, transmittal of and possible action on the Achievement Gap Reduction Program's end of semester report.
Thank you. Would administration please present this item?
Chair Simpson and members of the committee, this evening a report and presentation on the Achievement Gap Reduction Program will be presented by Ms. Allison Foyer. Following the presentation, we will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Ms. Foyer.
Good evening, Chair Simpson and other members of the committee. I am Allison Foyer, the Early Childhood Supervisor, and I am here to provide a mid-year report on the Achievement Gap Reduction, or AGR, program. As such, this update is a contractual requirement mandated by the Department of Public Instruction for the AGR program. The goal of the Achievement Gap Reduction program is to improve the academic outcomes for the neediest learners within 5-year-old kindergarten through 3rd grade. This expectation is in alignment with and supportive of the district's first priority of success, increasing academic achievement and accountability. The MPS strategic plan is integrated with the MPS academic standard of care to meet the needs of the whole child. The MPS standard of care outlines the minimum expectations for service in all classrooms. Some elements of the academic standard of care are non-negotiable. Positive relationships are the foundation of engagement. Regular formative assessments are essential to formative practices, and district-adopted materials are the basis of explicit instruction. We must ensure that every child has a classroom environment built on these practices. AGR schools are located across all 5 MPS regions. The Central and Northwest regions each have the highest number, with 21 AGR schools each. The Southwest region follows with 12 schools, while the East region has a smaller number of 7. The high school region contains 2 AGR schools, and the contracted schools region has 1 additional charter school. The Achievement Gap Reduction program operates within 63 schools and 1 non-instrumentality charter school. The following are the demographics for this program. Currently, 10,517 students are enrolled, with 22.9% being English language learners, 23.6% receiving special education services, and 88% identified as economically disadvantaged. Overall, the program is diverse and supports students through culturally responsive practices. District-wide, the AGR program implements 2 strategies: class size reduction in K-5 and instructional coaching for all students participating in the program, K-5 through 3rd grade. This program abides by the belief that gaps will close when teachers have the instructional supports available, which empower them to create high-quality environments and responsive classrooms, which in turn should result in increased student achievement. Thus, it is through the ambitious instruction district-wide focus that leaders, support staff, and teachers are provided a multi-level system of support in the areas of collaboration, balanced assessment, high-quality instruction, and culturally responsive practices within the English language arts, reading, and math. These content areas are supported by the AGR office through multiple activities that support students as they work toward the proficiency of grade-level content. As has been previously mentioned, the Achievement Gap Reduction Program requires the school board to review the implementation and progress toward achieving performance objectives at the end of every semester. For the purpose of this update, data from the standards-based report card was utilized because the school district does not uniformly assess K-5 through 3rd grade elementary students using a progress monitoring tool such as STAR. The report card information allows for data gathering on children to be linked directly to standards being taught and provides a continual data point on student progress K-5 through 3rd grade, since the goal is to increase proficiency by the end of the year. However, a drawback of using this data is its subjective nature in grading and the lack of consistency in its district-wide implementation. This slide reflects an analysis of data comparing fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25 standard-based report card grading for English language arts, reading, and math content from trimester 1. This data is reflective of students in grades K-5 through 3rd enrolled in an AGR school. The data point provides a foundational basis for tracking progress towards proficient and advanced levels by the end of the school year. The following results were revealed. Trimester 1 results show that the percentage of AGR students with proficient and advanced scores increased for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades in the area of reading. Although reading scores in grades 1 and 3 showed a modest 2% increase from one year to the next, even small progress represents a step forward in student achievement. This indicates that there are areas where we're seeing improvements, but it also highlights the need for continued focus and support to help students make more significant strides. Moving forward, we will continue to analyze the strategies in place, identify any barriers, and refine our approach to ensure more substantial growth in the future. A supportive effort has been the collaborative work driven by the Ambitious Instruction Initiative. It consistently equips teachers with the knowledge of high-yield strategies and relevant pedagogical foundations, ensuring instruction is more personalized and targeted while also enhancing social-emotional considerations. This has been accomplished through the various aligned professional development opportunities provided to school leaders and instructional staff. Professional development offerings which provide background for implementing developmentally appropriate practices that enhance language, literacy, and mathematical skills have been offered this school year. Furthermore, to drive progress and improve outcomes, district-based coaches provide support for these initiatives. The AGR Progress Update for Milwaukee Public Schools focuses on tracking instructional implementation, student engagement, and achievement. The district is measuring the use of AGR strategies, the quality of instruction using district-adopted reading and math materials, and student progress in terms of achievement, growth, and needs. Additionally, student engagement and attendance are key focus areas. To monitor progress, the district conducts classroom observations using a district walkthrough tool, collects data from these walkthroughs, and tracks professional development attendance. Student attendance and engagement data are also analyzed to assess areas of need and improvement. Findings from the monitoring progress reveal that student attendance for AGR classes is 86.5%. There have been 848 district walkthroughs conducted as of date during reading and math instruction within AGR classrooms. In terms of instructional practices, 75% of AGR teachers are using district-provided high-quality instructional materials for math, while 83% of AGR K-5 through third grade teachers are engaged in letters training for reading. Additionally, 88% of teachers pass the checks for understanding for letters, indicating a strong grasp of assessment strategies and effective instructional practices. It is with pride to report that 23 AGR teachers have completed the letters training and are using the information as they support students in reading. However, the data analysis indicates that student engagement remains a challenge, with only 24% of students demonstrating active engagement while learning. In response to these findings, the AGR office, in collaboration with Curriculum and Instruction, Ambitious Instruction Initiative, is continuing to offer targeted professional development opportunities to support reading and math with letters, iReady, and PLCs. Also, an inclusive feedback loop used to support teachers and administrators allows for a consistent exchange of information on best practices used to support learning. Targeted coaching support is also being provided to further assist teachers. For example, this support includes 279 classroom visits in AGR schools for counting collections, as well as ongoing literacy support in 23 AGR schools. However, continued efforts are necessary to improve outcomes. Ongoing initiatives, including monitoring and enhancing student attendance, along with a strong focus on student-centered coaching to boost engagement and learning outcomes. The AGR office continues to support the district as it works to maintain a stronghold on the direction of the educational and operational path used to support the MPS community. In order to further anchor students and provide continuous learning, the AGR office had the following accomplishments from August 2024 to January 2025. We created and shared a Google Classroom for AGR teachers. This Google Classroom is tailored for teachers in AGR schools, focusing on closing the achievement gap for students in kindergarten through third grade. The classroom features curated resources, instructional strategies, and data-driven tools to support equitable learning outcomes. AGR teachers have taken part in district-wide initiative trainings, including the new math adoption and letters, which meet the state requirements for Act 20. Conducted district-wide walkthroughs to gather data that will guide our future focus areas. Moving forward, the AGR office will focus on the following until the end of the year. Continue expanding resources in the AGR Google Classroom, providing teachers with a centralized location for materials to support their learning. Within the Google Classroom, teachers will have access to links to webinars, district trainings, small group instructional resources, station activities, and research-based classroom strategies. We'll continue offering school-based and district-wide training and PLCs to enhance teacher knowledge of best practices for increasing student engagement, and continue conducting district-wide walkthroughs to assess growth and identify areas of need. This concludes the update. I'd be more than happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speaker slips on this item?
There are no speaker slips on this item.
Thank you. Committee members, do you wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Leonard.
So maybe I didn't hear it correctly or didn't pick it up. When I'm looking at the quantitative data on page 6, what are those tests for? Is that like star reading, star math? Where do we get that data from?
Administration.
Director Leonard and members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. On slide 6, that is comparing trimester 1 of last year to trimester 1 this year in our AGR schools, grades K-5 through third grade, in the areas of ELA, reading, and math.
And that's, what type of tests did they get for those? I mean,
So that's not a test, that's basically coming off the report cards.
okay, so we don't, it's not really, it's just the walkthroughs and looking at engagement and things like that, correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Director Leonard, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. Yes, that is correct. So we get a lot of our data as the walkthroughs. That's where we get like our student engagement as we're walking through. These particular ones come off the report card, how teachers have graded the students.
Okay.
But yes, we get a lot of our data that way. We don't have a assessment that's standard from K-5 to third grade.
Got it. I see it as, then it's more subjective or could be more subjective. And then I guess the other concern is that I just saw, and have you, from your experience, I'm looking at 24% of students engaged. Is that normal for those age groups? I mean, I taught middle school students. They were never engaged, but never mind. But I'm just, but has that number gone down over time with regards to engagement?
Director Leonard, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. I don't have that information because we restructured the walkthrough data this year, so I wouldn't have a comparison number, but that's the number we got from our walkthroughs this year.
All right, thank you.
Director Ferguson.
Just a couple questions. Thank you for letting me ask questions. So my first question is, the AGR program, how long has the district had this program in place?
Administration.
Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. I believe we switched over, DPI switched over from SAGE over to achievement gap reduction in 2016.
And, okay, so then we have more data that we can look at instead of the first trimester of 24 and the first trimester of 25?
Administration.
Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. Well, we don't have data that runs the span of K-5 through third grade because they take different assessments. So the only standard one we have is the report card right now. We could go through historical data if you wanted to see. We could prepare something like that, but.
Director Ferguson.
Okay, so I think it's good that the achievement gap reduction program is in place. I think that's a great thing for us as a district to have. I asked about how long we've had it so that I can get a better sense of, like, for example, in ELA, out of the 4 cohorts that you measured, 3 out of the 4 actually went down. And then in reading, 2 out of the 4 went down. And in math, 3 out of the 4 cohorts went down. And I don't want to knock any of the progress that was made for the 1 out of the 4 in ELA and the 2 out of the 4 in reading and 1 out of the 4 in math. But I wanted to get a better understanding if this is actually working. I don't know how much this cost us, this program to implement, but I want to get a better sense of, does it actually work? Because that's not extremely encouraging when the majority of the cohorts that we're looking at and we're measuring this data for are doing worse the next trimester than they did the previous one.
Administration.
Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. So as I stated when I got to this, yes, the report cards are subjective. So that's a part of what could be an issue here, whether it's a new teacher, 1 year, next year, mobility rate of students going through. But the Achievement Gap Reduction Program does not cost us money. It's a grant given by DPI for us.
Okay.
Director Ferguson.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
2 questions for you. So I'm pulled up the AGR trimester data that you had provided for us on the 29th of August. So some of these numbers are very different than what's in the presentation from the 29th. So I would love follow-up clarification on that. You don't have to do that now. You also provided Lexia scores for the 29th meeting, and I think that's like a really great way to have an objective. So wondering why that's not in here. Because again, you have the pre-KK, K first and second, start grade level of skills and the end grade level of skills. And I think that's probably more objective than a report card. So would love for that to be back. And then just 2 overarching comments. One, like, we have to get better. I have had this comment, not just for you, for everybody, the standardization of data that we present so that we can have an apples to apples comparison of when we're talking about things 6 months apart. We just need to have a better practice of what we're doing, because it's not, I can't, like, this is just a couple months apart and I'm getting 2, 1, different numbers and 2, a different presentation. And third, if the grading of report cards is a subjective matter, then like, let's tackle that. Let's try to have a systems level approach to then what do we need to do to secure a more predictable way that doesn't have so much subjectivity that you've identified? Or is there a way that we need to structure our report card grading that eliminates the need for subjectivity? And so in your next report, I would love for you to come to this committee with some ideas on how we rectify a systems level decision or implementation for capturing this data for our earliest learners.
Administration.
Dr. Gokul Gandhi and members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. So to answer the question about Lexia, so the Lexia contract ran out last year, and we weren't able to renew it, and that's why the scores aren't in here anymore.
Did you find the Lexia to be helpful in providing benchmarks, assessments that are not subjective?
Director Gokul Gandhi, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and I understand we're in a funding crunch, but can someone explain to me why the Lexia contract ran out? Was it truly just a matter of the funds weren't there?
Administration.
Director Gokul Gandhi, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. The Lexia Core 5 program was just being piloted in a few schools, overall, not the entire district. And I think when that came about, right, it wasn't renewed.
Yeah.
Director Gokul
And so
Gandhi.
again, like, that's the type of stuff that should be coming to committee. You know, like, I just get really frustrated because, again, the presentations, like, thank you. I know it takes a lot of time, but the discussions we really should be having in committee should all be data-informed practices, especially in this committee. Of last year, we used Lexia to do our our benchmarking. I didn't even know that, and maybe that's on me. Oh, and I'll take responsibility for that I didn't know that we weren't using Lexia. But, like, if you're saying that it was the correct way to assess the data and now we're not doing it, like, I want to know, why aren't we doing it? Does the board need to take, like, an active measure in policy and re-implementing Lexia? Do we need to find the money? Like, let's go find it. Do we need to do, like, like, just reconciling these two reports and thinking about the objectivity of data and how we, just to the prior discussion about how we really benchmark data and then move forward, like, I get it. There are so many dependencies and interdependencies and things we can and can't do because of the reduction of funding that we see. Like, I really get that. But then, like, let's have a discussion about it. And if you're saying Lexia is it, then let's find the money to do it. And so I'm done now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gokul Gandhi. Director Leonard.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I've asked these questions for 4 years now. So you are right. I remember the Lexia, and I also remember that, if I remember correctly, it was only 10 out of 11 schools that were using the Lexia scores. So we didn't, but when I asked about the cost, if I'm not mistaken, it didn't seem to be that prohibitive. So I don't know what the cost was, and I don't know if anybody can give me that cost right now. But at that time, I almost thought it was, well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I have to look at my notes, but do you remember the cost by any chance?
Administration.
Director Leonard, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, Early Childhood Supervisor. If memory serves me, at the time, it was about $10,000. But we would have to get you information now because that was several years ago.
Director Leonard.
Okay, so that's my point. $10,000 is nothing. We have a $1.4 billion budget. So I actually, and I'm gonna mirror what you said, Director Gokul. If that's really something we need and it's valuable, feel free to come to this board and you don't have to even do this on the floor. You can come to us anytime.
Call me, email me, text me.
Yeah, because we have become a much more progressive board over time, and we really need to get everything in line and get moving in the right direction. That's going to require everybody being on the same page and making sure we get this stuff done. Now, if it's not that important, if it turns out that Lexia, the scores aren't that really important, but from my viewpoint, objective, quantitative data that we can actually look at and compare it to how we teach and curriculums and everything else is extremely important to me.
I do have a question around that. Because I think that we're always cautious about how much time we're spending on testing our students and sort of that whole assessment schedule. And I'm just piggybacking on your, questions about using it. Just was part of it just the amount of testing that our students already take on, and was, is it something that we can fit into an assessment schedule, or is would it just be too much on top of everything else? Administration, I'm sorry. I'm breaking every Roberts rule tonight. Sorry, administration.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. I believe most of the teachers did it within their reading block and had the students as one of their stations.
Okay. Director Ferguson.
I have another question. So you said that the AGR program it reflects a grant from DPI?
Administration.
Yes, Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. That's correct.
Okay, so DPI is funding this program. Is that what you're saying?
Administration.
Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Allison Foyer, early childhood supervisor. That is correct.
Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Okay, so I don't have to make a motion. Can I just ask that you come back with two recommendations? One, like, can we find the budget? Like, give us, and you won't even have to tell me, provide a recommendation. Should we bring back Lexia? Is that the most appropriate way to have a really objective measure of how pre-K to third graders are doing? And two, if that's not the case, then can you please bring back a recommendation of what a district-wide implementation looks like for assessing those that removes the subjectivity of the report card assessment?
Administration.
Chair Simpson, Director Gokul Gandhi, we can certainly do that. We will examine whether or not Lexia meets those needs or something else within the district that we already have that can establish the consistency that maybe wouldn't even require something additional. We'll certainly do that and come back to the board.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And just last comment, it would also be great, and because I know with all the time you have in the world, to just, like, at one point in SASE, can we talk about every assessment that we do and like the merits of that assessment, and then map out to the SASE meetings of like, okay, this assessment will be used for this group of grades or conversation topics, and this assessment will be used for this grades or and this is not our early child, this is not for you, Ms. Foyer, I'm just talking generally, like, when we talk about assessments and data, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, good Lord, we do so many things, and to your point, we test our kids a lot, but like, let's just pick like 3 things that we think are really important, and let's use those for like the longevity of the SASE committee meeting so we can have a really unified conversation around what data we're really talking about.
In administration, I just adding to that, I think that some of these are mandated, and and I think there's that whole balance of like what's already placed on our shoulders that's mandated, and how much more do we want to add to that? So yeah, I think a comprehensive report on all of that would be good. Administration, any feedback?
Chair Simpson, Director Gokul Gandhi, we can certainly do that. In some respects, we do already do that in terms of we have an assessment calendar. To your point, we have assessments that are mandated, and we have different assessments that are done, whether they're classroom assessment based on standards. But those, just to clarify, assessments that would be Wisconsin Forward, STAR, our new Ames Web, and some of those required, we can certainly, provide a report on that.
Thank you. Any other comments by committee members? All right, seeing none, thank you for that report. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 11 is report with possible action on MPS Girls of Color program. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Thank you so much. Would administration please present this item?
I think we got to give them a standing ovation for lasting until 10:25 p.m.
And I was going to just say, I already had a preview of this. We're going to end on a high note. Yeah, you guys are going to love this. So, just saying.
Okay, let's do it.
Chair Simpson.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, tonight I am joined by Glenna Shirley Malone from our Girls of Color program, joined by Washington High School's very own Ms. Sanchez, supported by Ebony Lewis to present this report. Upon conclusion, we'll be happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Director Simpson and members of the committee. Glenna Shirley Malone, Coordinator for Girls of Color program in the Gender and Identity Inclusion Department. Our program, in relation to the strategic plan of the district, covers student achievement and graduation, as well as staff morale and professional learning. As it relates to the 5 priorities of success, we fall under increasing academic achievement and accountability, improving district and school culture, developing our staff, as well as strengthening communication and collaboration. In 2018, Georgetown Law conducted a research study on the national disciplinary trends and statistics of Black girls. In this slide, you can see that Black girls statistically experience higher rates of disproportionate disciplinary actions in comparison to their peers. Similar to the previous slide, MPS data from our student information system, known as Infinite Campus, reflects national patterns similar to that of the national trends, highlighting the need for a closer look at how discipline policies affect Black girls, as well as other girls of color in K-12 settings. This desire and need to understand these trends to ensure equitable and supportive learning environments really began the framework for our Girls of Color programming here in the district. In 2021, in the inception of our program, we began our first year looking at youth risk behavior survey data, specifically pulling aggregated data for our girls of color within our district. In addition to that, we conducted over 30 listening sessions, 2 hours each at elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, collecting data in closed, informative sessions on the topics of sense of welcoming, a sense of belonging, safety, challenges faced by girls of color, and lastly, topics of interest for group session topics. In 2022, we used that information and data to inform our pilot Girls of Color programming. I myself at the time led weekly sessions at Hawthorne Elementary School with 4th and 5th grade girls of color, as well as Andrew Douglas Middle School, serving 6th, 7th, and 8th grade girls. From there, after a year of programming in 2023, really wanting to expand our growth and ability to serve more than just 2 schools, knowing the number of schools that we serve in the district, we created the strategy development for our pilot partnership program to again enhance and broaden the resources, support, and programming that we had been offering and piloting at Hawthorne and Andrew Douglas. From there, we went in spring of '24, launching our pilot Girls of Color partnership program with our first cohort, which consisted of 15 school sites, again, elementary, middle, and high school level. This last fall, we rolled out our second cohort, a total of 10 schools, implementing the same partnership program. In order for schools to participate and be selected in our program, there are a total of 4 core requirements. The first one is that every school has to have an identified leadership team consisting of 3 staff members, one of which has to be a building administrator. That could be a principal, assistant principal, dean of students, or something similar to that. The second one is there needed to be a completion of all school site leadership team members of a 4-part series, professional development trainings led by myself and our department. There needed to be a commitment to the expectation and full program timeline as it relates to the partnership program, And then lastly, there needed to be a demonstrated commitment to supporting the holistic success of girls of color at their school. On this graph, I'm not going to go through all of it, but you will see here our GOC, Girls of Color, partnership program model. This partnership model, through listening sessions, ongoing professional development opportunities, continuous check-ins both with students and leadership teams, is about co-creating opportunities and ensuring that the voices of our students, first and foremost, staff, and administrators are always at the heart of the work that we do. We empower, support, and equip each school site based on their individual unique needs. Led by student-identified internal school staff, Girls of Color group sessions meet weekly or bi-weekly and cover topics such as, but not limited to, healthy relationships, emotional regulation, conflict resolution, self-care and hygiene, goal setting, career exploration, the invitation of guest speakers from the community, and in some cases, simply addressing the immediate concerns of real-time events. We know that there are community-based organizations doing great work, and many of whom currently partner within our school sites. Oftentimes, though, these opportunities can unintentionally prevent schools from building personal relationships in-house with girls of color. This specific model was designed with the belief that all schools can and should be able to develop, create, and lead school-led safe spaces where girls of color can feel a sense of belonging, thrive, lead, and succeed. So with that being said, here I have one of my partners and colleagues who's going to talk a little bit about their site program as she introduces herself.
Chair Simpson, members of the committee, Alyssa Sanchez, school psychologist at Washington and co-facilitator of the Girls of Color program at Washington, along with Cherie Hegwood, school social worker, as my co-facilitator. We wanted to share a few takeaways from this last semester's book study that we facilitated as part of the program at Washington. So through our book study, girls were able to become more comfortable reading and reading out loud, discussing each chapter, sharing their ideas, thoughts, and connecting themes to their everyday life. And the reason we chose a book study was to provide an opportunity for students to develop academic skills in a safe and affirming space while also building community with each other. The students that participated in the group come from different backgrounds, have different perspectives, ideas, opinions, and interests, and so it was really incredible to see them all come together and grow together over the course of the semester and create a community in the school. This current semester, we're pivoting from our book study to have the girls participate in futures planning, so taking inspiration from Tier 3 intervention Renew and having the girls complete 6 maps or vision boards where they'll be able to explore their strengths and weaknesses, they'll be able to explore their personal background, supportive people in their life, and different qualities within themselves in order to leverage themselves towards whatever goals they have set for themselves. So identifying resources internal to them as well as external to them in order to work towards whatever their dreams are in the future. Throughout the semester, students completed weekly reflections that we used to progress monitor them, and so they rated themselves based on their sense of belonging, their sense of responsibility, and academic standing, and then as well as their attendance. And based on that data, a little less than half of the group were shown to respond positively to the intervention. Student attendance was a major barrier over the course of the semester, but we're really feeling positive based on the momentum that we've been able to build from last semester, and really looking forward to the continued growth as we finish out the school year. Thank you.
To provide some additional highlights, our GOC partnership program includes currently 18 active school sites, again, elementary, middle, and high school. We have served over 350 girls of color. We created a GOC handbook for all of our school site leadership teams as a guiding resource for group implementation. We offer signature events. Recently just hosted the first inaugural MPS Women and Girls in Sports Day on February 5th in partnership with MPS Rec. And we are looking forward to our staple 4th annual MPS Denim Day event in April again. And then lastly, this year, Marshall High School, one of our Cohort 1 sites, in addition to their GOC group in their second year, this year piloted a year-long Women of Color in Literature ELA elective course for their 9th grade GOC, Girls of Color, group participants. This was a collaboration effort both with our department, academics at Marshall, as well as the school librarian. This example truly embodying our GOC program mission of not just being a standalone program, but truly embedding the intentional work to serve girls of color as part of the fabric of the school culture, not just socially and emotionally, but also academically. That concludes our presentation, and we will now take questions.
I told you, you guys were going to like that. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on this?
We do
item? All right, back to committee for comments and questions. Director Gokul Gandhi.
Well, you know, you have a very soft, the softest spot in my heart. The one thing I would love to see the next time you present is if you could pull the data of the girls who are in your cohort compared to like where they are in their schools. So like attendance data, just like behavioral data, just so that we can get a sense of like, is this program moving the needle? I love that you incorporated the Act 20 reading piece. That's so important because it's stuff like that that's going to supplement like reading out loud in a group like that. Like, how do you develop and cultivate outside of the classroom a love for reading? So I really love that. So just excellent work continually. I cannot believe in 4 years you've served 350 girls at over 18 active sites. I mean, that is just a testament to your leadership, Ms. Lewis. So keep on going. And just a note, if you could include that data portion so we could take a look at that next time.
Thank you. Any other committee members?
Just kudos. Every time I read this morning, and I thought, this is a lot of work. I mean, I was starting to figure out how much time it would take and everything else you had to do. So that example enough is for me to like show other people, see, now this small group of people, they rocked it. So we should all be able to do at least that much. So you did a great job. You really deserve a lot of credit for that. Yeah, in fact, I'd like to pick your brains and try to figure out how you got this all done, to be honest with you. Very good. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Also exemplifies the power of federal funding because without our ESSER dollars, we would not have had this program. And so any allies listening out there, we would love to continue to keep our federal funding and are open to more if you're willing to give it to us.
Any other comments or questions? Director Ferguson?
Thank you. And you are right. This is the high note to end this meeting on. So kudos, ladies. Keep up the great work. We need it. We need more of it. So thank you.
Yes, and just thank you. I was, so at the pre-SASE meeting, I was just blown away. You gave a much more detailed narrative, which I really appreciated and valued. And it just, the work that you're doing is so important and it's so meaningful. And I said, I think at the pre-SASE meeting, it's just so organic and it really speaks to just like the way that our work can be done. Like you're sort of like setting, setting a goal for other organizations to meet, I guess. That's how much you stood out to me in my mind, just like, this is sort of like the gold star of how we should be doing our work. So I just want to really thank you for what you're doing and just let you know how much we as a board appreciate it. Any other comments or questions by the committee? No? All right, thank you. Oh, go ahead. Administration, I'm so sorry that I didn't come back to you. It's late. I'm sorry.
I know I'm holding everyone up. And I just want to say thank you all for the positive feedback, but I would really be remiss. We are, in addition to our director, it's myself as a coordinator and our planning assistant, Leah Hortman. But we would not be able to do this work without our site partners such as Ms. Sanchez and Hegwood, who's in the stands, and the administrators that are in our school partner sites who truly see this as a priority because they are the ones on the ground doing the work. We're supporting and providing resources. They're executing. And so I just really want to make sure I'm shouting out all of our site partners. But thank you, guys.
Who's that little baby that you didn't shout out?
Yeah.
I feel like she deserves a shout out. It's been a long night for her, too.
I feel guilty because I feel guilty because we could have had them up here like the second or third group to save that
This
time.
is very true. Yes, yes. Next time, let us know. Anyways, thank you very much for hanging in there with us tonight and for ending our night on such a positive note. Thank you to everybody for for lasting this long. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam Chair, that was the last item on this meeting's agenda.
Thank you. There be no further business before this committee. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.